Good morning, everyone. It's September 9th, 2021. I'm going to call the governing board meeting of the South Florida Water Management District to order. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Mr. Martinez to say the pledge. As we do, I'd just like to, real quick, Charlotte, 20 years ago, Saturday, I think we all remember where we were and what we were doing. And as we say the pledge today, I'd just like to keep in our minds and remember those who lost their lives that day. Mr. Martinez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Charlie. Hey, good morning, everyone. We have some board members who are participating by Zoom. Ms. Thurl-Lipich, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Thank you.
Mr. Butler?
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Ben. Mr. Steinley? All right. We'll come back to Mr. Steinley later. Vice Chairman Wagner is not able to join us today. The meeting is going to be live streamed, board members. I'm going to ask, as always, that you make sure your microphone is on and you please speak into the mic so the public can hear you. If you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you so we can make sure your comments are captured, and please try and get as close to the microphone as possible. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, welcome. Here are some things you should know. Members of the public who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each item. We're going to take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, so please do that if you are in person and you'd like to speak, followed by those with raised hands on Zoom. We'll take public comment first from those who are here. Well, I just said that. After today's business meeting, we'll host the public hearing on the fiscal year 2021-2022 tentative millage rates and tentative budget at exactly 5:15. The Zoom meeting link is going to remain the same for the budget hearing this evening. Board members, please be advised that we cannot start the budget hearing early or late. Drew, at this time, we'll do recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Brace yourselves. Got some good ones this week. So our September 2021 Employee of the Month is Brian Cowart. He's Security and Law Enforcement Specialist, Senior Supervisor for the Water Management District. Now, it's no surprise to you how important security is for the Water Management District. We have 1 million acres of land. We have hundreds and hundreds of structures and pump stations. We have buildings across the landscape. And keeping these facilities and the employees that work at those facilities safe is, of course, paramount importance, because otherwise we couldn't get our mission done. And Brian is the perfect candidate for this position. He came to us from the Sheriff's Department in Broward County after 20 years of service as a captain in the Sheriff's Department, and he came straight to us afterwards. So he brings with him that law enforcement knowledge and, of course, the relationships that creates with law enforcement, which we need very much. And he certainly serves as our liaison with the law enforcement community, whether it's local law enforcement or FWC, which we depend on a lot. But we have issues that we have to deal with, and Brian is always there to do it. We experience property damage, trespassing, some encroachments, and of course poaching. And all of these things happen. Brian's always there to help coordinate, make sure we're responsive, and keep us safe and keep our lands protected and our facilities protected. He manages our FWC contracts and also manages our law enforcement housing program, which we do have here at the district. Certain examples always come across his desk. He gets to do the interesting stuff. But every once in a while, we'll acquire land. And when we acquire that land, it has assets on it that are not ours, but the prior landowners. And sometimes getting those assets taken care of can be a challenge. They need to be removed, but they're the other person's property. So Brian works with local law enforcement to make sure that we do it legally and the way it should be done, to make sure that we can then certify these lands to the Corps for certain projects, for example. Another recent example is he was the lead coordinator for a poaching problem that we had in Martin County, where he worked with Martin County and FWC to apprehend several individuals that were unlawfully harvesting and possessing thousands of pounds of saw palmetto berries from our lands. Saw palmetto berries, what are those for? They do have a market value. Apparently they can be used, science is fuzzy on this one, but for prostate issues or hair loss issues, which could be important for some people. So anyway, that was a very interesting thing we recently discovered, and those thousands of pounds of berries are worth something, but they shouldn't be taken from our lands without permission. He is an outstanding employee. He works to keep us safe. He's 24/7. I would love to introduce to you, let's take a picture, Brian Cowart. Is he not here? Oh. Okay, well, come on down anyway, because we got some service awards as well. Thank you, Brian, for your service. All right, so now we have the September 2021 Team of the Month. We've already taken a picture outside. So that is the S191A Pump Station Team for Lakeside Ranch. That consists of, and they're all sitting right here. That consists of Matthew Alexander, Holly Andriata, Joe Buzzard, Bruce Chesser, Frank Coker, Carolina Colon, Lucine Dadrian, Robert Fitzpatrick, John Goodson, Juan Gonzalez, Jack Ismalone, M.D. Josan, Northern Jocelyn, Jeff LeBlanc, Neha Pandya, Roy Sapp, Sandra Smith, and Christopher Tomlin. Now, we do projects at the South Florida Water Management District, and tomorrow we'll be breaking ground on a brand-new pump station. I've seen it. It's beautiful. There's not a scuff on it. It's a great pump station, and it's associated with our Lakeside Ranch stormwater treatment area, which is a stormwater treatment area that treats water going into Lake Okeechobee. And when you plop a stormwater treatment area in the middle of a landscape, all the plumbing has to be worked around it, and this pump station is part of that plumbing to optimize our use of the treatment system associated with Lakeside Ranch. And by the way, it's doing really well at treating phosphorus. It's a 2,700 acre STA, and this pump station is located right on the rim canal of Lake Okeechobee. This thing is fully functional now. We have a fully functional STA because of this pump station. This is a diverse team of professionals, engineering and construction, field stations, data management, permitting, policy, it takes everything to build a complex pump station. It's more than a berm, it's serious civil engineering, and this team made it happen, and we're gonna turn that sucker on tomorrow after the 16 county coalition. Round of applause for our September Team of the Month. All right, now we have a 25-year service award. This goes to Dr. Christopher Madden. He's a lead environmental scientist of the Applied Sciences Bureau. So he's been with us for 25 years, but before he came to us, he got his bachelor's degree in biological sciences and ecology from Cornell, a master's degree in marine sciences, and a PhD in oceanography and coastal science from LSU, where he studied basically coastal ecology and estuaries. After he got his PhD, he went to postdoc up at University of Maryland and worked on the Chesapeake Bay, but then he made the wise decision to come to the South Florida Water Management District and work on Florida Bay and the Everglades and doing the heavy science necessary for us to better understand those systems and make it work down there to protect our environment. In 2008, he became the lead scientist for Everglades and worked in Everglades systems, and he really paved the way to uncover critical ecological mysteries when it came to Southern Everglades and Florida Bay. And he put together data systems that we currently still use today for water, like a water quality analyzer called Data Flow. And quite frankly, I meet with him every quarter to go over all the science and all the data associated with the Everglades and our ability to treat phosphorus and what's going on down there. He has been published over 100 times in peer-reviewed journals, district publications. He's written book chapters. He's a smart fella, very smart. He was born in Philadelphia. He enjoys playing the piano, like his being a PhD scientist isn't skills enough. Traveling, canoeing, hiking, and camping with his wife, Carmen, and his amazing daughters, Sophia and Sarah. Thank you, Chris, for your 25 years of service. Are you here? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thanks a lot. All right, we have another 25-year service award. This goes to Carl Snyder. He's an electronics technician and crew chief at the Field Operations Center in West Palm Beach. So we're recognizing Carl Snyder for his 25 years of service. Before he came to us, he was in the Navy for 20 years, retired from the Navy. He was electronics tech, senior chief there with the Navy, worked in Guam. He did leadership training, all kinds of things that really honed his skills on electronics, which we were very fortunate to bring to the South Florida Water Management District after that. For the first 8 years of the district, he worked in the field, which means he drove ATVs and airboats and all kinds of things to remote locations to make sure the electronics worked in those remote locations so it could speak back to headquarters and bring the data that we rely on so much to us. After that, he became a contract inspector in 2004. As we build pump stations, the electronics have to be right. That was a tricky one in this pump station, wasn't it? Yep. And so Chris was there inspecting the contractors and making sure that they got the electronics right. But right now, in 2006, he was promoted to crew chief for electronics, and he manages our field activities and SCADA maintenance staff and SCADA field activities of the SCADA maintenance staff, our contractors, and other agencies, where he coordinates the 600 weather stations we have across the district to make sure that data comes to us, and we use weather data pretty frequently here. He's a scuba diver. He has 3 children, 5 grandchildren. Of course, he loves to spend tons of time with them, making incredible memories. We're honored to have Carl with us at the district, and thank you for your 25 years of service. Carl. All right. Before I finish, Chairman, I'd like to recognize a friend and colleague of mine who unfortunately is retiring on my, not unfortunately for him, obviously, today. But we are here at our board meeting while they're going through a change of command up in Jacksonville, where Colonel Kelly is passing the torch over to Colonel Booth. And I wanted to say a few words so we could recognize the contributions of Colonel Kelly to the citizens of South Florida and the environment of South Florida. I've been here for 2.5 years. He's finishing a 3-year stint, so I've gotten to know him. He's an outstanding individual. He brings so much character and engagement and smarts to the job, and quite frankly, he's also a lot of fun. So we really enjoy him. And he has, in his 3 years, made South Florida better. And I think that's undeniable. He has engaged with the communities. He's shown the communities care, and he is not shy about going and talking to those communities, hearing them, engaging, and he's brought a whole new level of communication to the Corps of Engineers Jacksonville District, which we very much appreciate. Not only that, but he's gotten stuff done. So he was here, and we celebrated with him the kickoff of constructing SEP South, that the Corps of Engineers is uncorking Tamiami Trail at the same time while we were finishing the S333 North Station. He was there when we finished the Kissimmee River Restoration Project. He was there as we're finishing the C-44 project. He was there when we kicked off the C-43 project. He's there when we finished Old Tamiami Trail. And there's more. He was there when we turned on the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, the first pump station. And he was there to see the finishing of the Herbert Hoover Dike rehabilitation. And he's certainly been spearheading the LOSUM process. So we really are very grateful for his contributions to South Florida, to the environment of South Florida, to the people of South Florida, and his engagement with me personally and you on everything that we have to deal with our water management activities. And for that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it back to you to read the proclamation we're signing for him.
Thanks very much, Drew. It's a real honor for me to be able to read a proclamation honoring the service of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Jacksonville District, Colonel Andrew Kelly, District Commander. The proclamation reads as such: whereas Colonel Andrew Kelly became the District Commander for the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Jacksonville District in September 2018, and whereas during his 3-year leadership position, serious progress has occurred on Everglades restoration and regional water management projects in partnership with the South Florida Water Management District. And whereas Colonel Kelly is recognized by the South Florida Water Management District as a collaborator and problem solver who underscores the values and benefits of working as a partner to improve water management in South Florida. And whereas Colonel Kelly fostered public engagement and accessibility, which built relationships and strengthened partnerships to deliver on key Everglades restoration project. And whereas Colonel Kelly's outstanding leadership and support will be missed. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District that Colonel Andrew Kelly is to be recognized and commended for dedicated and exemplary service to our nation and South Florida's people and environment. Signed this 9th day of September 2021. I know, Drew, you just summed up many of his accomplishments, and I know everyone on this dais really enjoyed working with him, and we all wish him absolutely the best.
I'd like to say a few words if I can.
You can.
Okay. Working with Colonel Kelly was, what a professional in the aspects of leadership and communication. I know on a personal basis over the last 3 years we've had some difficult times, emergency deviations, times when you have to make critical decisions that's outside of the normal process. And I just want to thank him for his leadership and working with South Florida Water Management for the best interest of everyone down here in South Florida.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. We're going to go to item 4, which is agenda revisions. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Now we'll look at abstentions by board members. I'm going to poll the board. I'll start with Mr. Bergeron. Do you have any abstentions?
No.
Ms. Meads?
No.
I have none.
I have none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, let's see. Mr. Olipich?
I have none.
Thank you. Mr. Butler?
I have none.
Mr. Steinle?
Mr. Chair, I have none, and sorry, I've been with you, so I'm here.
Thank you. So there are no abstentions at this time. We'll go to number 6, which is the Big Cypress Basin Board Report with the chair of that committee, or that Basin Board, Colonel Roman.
That one, Mr. Chair.
That
Thank
one.
you very much. The Big Cypress Basin Board met on August 26, 2021, and I offer this summary to the board. We began our meeting with an update on the Picayune Strand Restoration Project from Lieutenant Colonel Todd Polk and Project Manager Steve Basin of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The Picayune Strand Restoration Project, as you'll recall, is a SERP Generation 1 project that was authorized in 2007. To date, approximately 75% of the roads and 93% of the logging trams have been removed or degraded. 55% of the canals have been plugged, including the upper miles of the Picayune Canal, whose historic and accelerated filling has allowed us to start up the Picayune pump station, which we saw in the drone video at our July's meeting. Work has begun on the Southwest Protection Feature, which is the last construction component, and it has a predicted completion date of 2023. Once the levee is finished, plugging of the Picayune and Miller canals can be completed, and the final pump station can be turned on. This will conclude the project and restore the 55,000 acres back to the natural state. Next, we had a presentation on the Big Cypress Basin flood resiliency initiatives from Dr. Carolina Moran. The flood protection level of service assessment for the BCB was completed in 2018. The report indicated that some potential areas of flood level deficiencies, which are being considered as projects now in the district's burgeoning sea level rise and flood resiliency plan. Candy Heater then presented the Basin's fiscal year 2021-2022 final millage and budget, as well as 2 resolutions for approval. The board approved the rolled back millage rate of 1.1116 mil for fiscal year 21-22, requesting that the governing board to levy ad valorem taxes within the Big Cypress Basin. And then the board also approved submitting the fiscal year 21-22 Basin budget in the amount of $17,442,227 to the governing board for inclusion in the district's budget. We closed our meeting with an update for ongoing capital plan projects from Lucine Dadrian and technical reports regarding field station operations and the Basin's water conditions report. Our next Basin Board meeting is October 28th, 2021 at 1:30. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much. Does anyone have any comments or questions? I've got one that I'd like to discuss briefly, and since we can't talk ever unless we're sitting here, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this, but I'd like to get your thoughts on something that I had a tour with Representative Botana and the Bonita Springs Public Works Director, and particularly looking at Logan Avenue and where that ends right at the Collier line, which would also be the Big Cypress Board's line, and our line. So they were concerned that there's sort of a false separation there, and they wanted to make sure that Big Cypress Basin Board folks are talking to our folks, who I think are actually all the same people, to make sure that we understand that the water can move from Logan Avenue where it needs to move. And that's something I'd like to ask your staff to look at with our staff, again, I think is all the same staff, to make sure that we're doing what we should be doing, particularly along Logan Avenue, to alleviate some of the flooding that they've had in Bonita.
Well, I'd be happy to do that. I was just in Lee County going on the Imperial River and the Kiel Canal, looking at some of the contractors' work there. And I also visited some of the neighborhoods that were concerns post-Irma for some of the flooding. So this just fits right into that, Mr. Chair, and I'd be happy to continue to look at these issues, and specifically Logan Avenue.
Well, thanks, and I think you hit the nail on the head. It's that area coming down the Imperial when it did overflow in Irma. We saw how high that water got, and I don't think there's anything we can do to get rid of it completely, but we can certainly help it not stick around for 30 days or however long it was there.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be happy to do it.
I have one question too for the Colonel.
Mr. Bergeron?
Are y'all looking at the Tamiami Trail in regards to this water continuing to move south to the 10,000 Islands to its final destination point?
You mean from the Picayune Strand restoration project and that new conveyance that's going to be alongside the Southwest Protection Feature? Is that concern your question? Yes, and that's what we did when we initiated the Picayune Watershed Water Quality Study, feasibility study. We're looking at how that water moves south of Tamiami Trail, and then also if it needs a water quality cleaning component, before it reaches outstanding Florida waters and the 10,000 islands and onto the coast there.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Roman. We'll go on to item number 7, which is the approval of the minutes of the August 11th workshop and the August 12th meeting. Are there any board member changes to the minutes of the August 11th workshop or the August 12th monthly meeting? Hearing none, I'd ask for a motion and a second to approve the minutes.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Thorolipich?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll consider the approval of the 2022 Governing Board and Committee meeting dates. That was sent around to everybody. We don't need to take formal action on it, but I want to make sure everyone did receive that. You had a chance to review it, and if there's any concerns you have, let us know, and we can certainly address them. Of course. Ms. Meads?
I'd just like to thank the board and staff for putting a meeting in the Florida Keys on Thursday, May 12th. Monroe County will be really excited to see you all, and we'll look forward to it.
Thanks, as will we. Anybody else? Great. Then Rosie will consider that a yes. Thank you. We'll move to the Executive Director's report with Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got just a few items here. Just give you an update on LOSUM. I'll do that every month, but not a whole lot has happened since the last time we updated you, except for the fact that there's a lot of dialogue and process and iterations going on at the Corps to try to look systematically through optimization, piece by piece, to make sure that they get the optimization right and document it well with respect to LOSUM. They are doing some public engagements on the operational guidance, holding some workshops. They actually had one yesterday with the LOSUM PDT, and they called it an operational guidance workshop where they're looking at how they might write in algal bloom operations. How do you write in operations associated with the existence of harmful algal blooms? And then on September 22nd, they're having a similar workshop, on how to craft operational guidance, but looking at things like a lake recovery mode, looking at environmental conditions in and around the lake, estuaries, downstream water bodies, the Everglades, and then looking at how you might ramp up, if they're doing estuary releases, ramp up and ramp down those depending on conditions. So these are all sort of engagements with the PDT on how you write things in a LOSUM manual. And then the third one is on September 29th, and that's an operational guidance workshop looking at forecasting and makeup releases. And by makeup releases, that is if they had to hold water in the lake for whatever reason, for example, harmful algal blooms, but you needed to discharge, how do you make that up later, when you can release those waters? So it's public engagements on policy issues and trying to get feedback on how they might write that into a manual at the end of the day. And so right now, those things are going on. There's still technical work going on at their staff level and with our modeling team. And so I'm not sure when the next sort of public engagement is with respect to drafts or anything like that. I imagine it's...
Yeah, the next meeting that would have modeling results will be mid-October.
Mid-October, right. So that's when we'll start to see some modeling results, and which are important for evaluation. But of course, I always think that it's also very important to focus on the words of the manual, because in the next 8 years, that's what we'll use to do operations, and the Corps will use to do operations. So that's the LOSUM update. I want to give you an update on Northern Everglades and Estuaries protection. You do have now every month in your packet a one-pager that shows the activities that we're doing, that FDACS is doing, and DEP is doing, and that will continue every month. Next month, we'll be bringing some discussion presentations to you with respect to Northern Everglades and Estuaries protection. But over the past, in the latest report, FDAX is reporting that they have over 60% enrollment in BMPs, and this is for the Lako watershed, the Caloosahatchee watershed, and the St. Lucie watershed. As they go through the remaining 40%, a lot of that does involve QA/QC of the data on what is an ag land and what's actually happening there. So there is a step they have to do. And as you may have read, they do refer anyone who's refusing or not responsive to signing up for BMPs over to DEP. And DEP is currently following up on 2,800 of those referrals. They've gotten 57% back into compliance, and for the remainder, they basically amp up their compliance activities to get those 2,800 into compliance. DEP is also soliciting for good projects in the landscape for funding, and that's certainly where we come in and try to develop and present good projects to DEP to fund, because it will be a combination of BMPs and projects that achieve the goal at the lake, for the lake and the estuaries, TMDL. And as far as the district, Jennifer is hiring for the what I call the Northern Everglades branch, but it's got more than that going on, to really spearhead the process at the district for improving water quality in those watersheds. But you know, our district is working on about 80 projects currently in those 3 watersheds. That's a lot of projects. And so we are certainly all hands on deck in Northern Everglades. Moving on from that, so in the recently, U.S. Sugar, Okeelanta Corp., and Sugarcane Growers Corp. did file litigation against the Corps for they're alleging that the Corps didn't do a proper savings clause analysis associated with the record of decision and other decisions made associated with the Central Everglades Plan and the EAA Reservoir Project. My initial concern was, is the Corps going to change direction or delay anything, because we are counting on them to build these projects? I have had conversations with the Corps. They assure me they are not delaying any projects associated with Central Everglades. They are preparing to issue, this is great, their first contract for beginning construction on the on a component of the EAA reservoir this fall. And so there is no delays. They will deal with litigation as they always do, because it's not like they don't get sued. And so they are doing that. They haven't actually been served yet by the courts. There's a process the courts go through to serve them. Once served, there's a 60-day response that they'll look to the court to do. We will continue to monitor it. We may come to you at a future board meeting with interest of intervening in the case. One of the things challenged was our permit that we received for building the A2 STA, and whether the savings clause analysis was properly done with that permit. So we may come back to you to seek permission to intervene in the case to make sure that we can continue to build the A2 STA. So that's that. That was in the news, if you will. Last week, DEP closed a solicitation for constructing their statewide resiliency plan. So DEP, last session under Governor DeSantis' leadership, they really ramped up a resiliency initiative for the state of Florida, passing, I think, $500 to $600 million worth of funds for resiliency projects and crafting of a statewide resiliency plan. We have a draft resiliency plan. I think we've got copies for you, and for those online, we can make sure you get them. But Dr. Moran and the team at the district has been really working very diligently to craft this. We'll be taking it to the public fairly soon to try to get feedback on it. But in this plan, there's a very methodical way of evaluating good projects for improving the resiliency at the district, particularly with our CNSF system. But out of that process, we did identify projects that we submitted for consideration for funding at DEP. We asked for and this is just in the first year, the whole plan contains a total build-out of projects to improve our resiliency. But for just the first years of funding, we asked for over $72 million to cover the beginning of retrofitting 6 coastal structures to address sea level rise. We asked for $63 million in projects to increase resilience of systems, including hardening structures and non-coastal infrastructure in the district to improve, our response to storms and the changing climate. And then we also asked for $4.8 million in planning and studying to continue our flood protection level of service program and to continue to improve our data collection and analysis capabilities looking at changing climate conditions. So it was a very robust ask. We will not get all of that, I am certain, but it is something that I wanted you to know that our staff has jumped in with both feet on resiliency and really engaged on it. I had told you last time that when we applied for the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities BRIC grants from FEMA for 2 coastal structures in Miami-Dade that serve Miami and Broward, those 2 projects that FEMA deemed ineligible, which was perplexing to us and Florida DEM, Department of Emergency Management. So we worked with DEP and DEM to appeal that decision. DEP submitted that appeal because they are the lead for the agency a couple of weeks ago to FEMA, so for reconsideration on whether they should be eligible or not. It was a good package, and our staff did yeoman's work to sort of put the case down that, hey, these should be eligible. So we continue to pursue the BRIC funding that we sought earlier this year. Our resiliency program has really gone into overdrive, and I'm really proud of what we've been able to do under Dr. Moran's leadership, and it's something that we should be proud of, and we are poised and prepared to seek funding. That's what's important for us. So the only thing I would close on is we have a celebration tomorrow for a new pump station, and I'll be there, and I'll see some of you possibly there as well. That's all I got, Mr. Chair, unless there's any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Bartlett? I've got 2. The first has to do with LOSUM, and that's on the modeling. Is that something we're still helping with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We got modeling skills.
I know. So as the optimization goes through, that's something that our staff is still involved with.
Absolutely.
That's
Yep.
great. And then on the A2 STA permit, at what point do you think we'll know if there's going to be an issue with that? I mean, I know that's, as Carolyn said yesterday,
Right.
she could predict timing of the court.
Well,
should
we've
be-
had conversations with Corps, and right now they just haven't even been served, so their mind is not on it quite yet. But, I mean, as we have those conversations, we'll just have a better idea as it unfolds. Is that fair to say, Carolyn?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let us, I mean, if that project grinds to a halt for some reason, let
Yeah.
us know earlier than later.
Right.
Okay.
Right now, from my conversations with the Corps, they're not flinching. They're going to, they're not giving us any signals that they're not going to stand behind that permit.
Great. Anyone else? Thanks, Drew.
Thank you.
We're going to go now to public comment. Let's see, if you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we'd ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. Public comment for consent agendas is item 13 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion agenda items are heard after each presentation. So this comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items, and we'd appreciate everyone helping running an efficient meeting by keeping your comments to something that's not on the agenda. Do we have public comment cards?
We do, Mr. Chairman.
Great.
We'll start with Nyla Pipes, followed by Gil Smart, and then Newton Cook.
Good morning, everyone. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I want to start by thanking you for your continued work on ASRs. I know there's a lot of really great scientific staff here at the district that's been working on this for a very long time. Had the privilege of getting to set eyes on one of those wells and really speak with the drillers firsthand this month. I know that it's not an easy lift, and I know that there are a lot of people who are uncomfortable with the idea of putting water back under the ground. But when you really get to sit there and talk with the people doing the work and really consult with the fantastic district staff, DEP staff, and all the people working on this, a lot of those questions get answered. And so I just want to applaud you all for continuing to keep your foot on the gas pedal regarding that. Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, the ASR wells are very much the key part of that to help both the lake and our estuaries downstream. So the flexibility that those ASR wells are going to provide to us is invaluable. So thank you for your methodical, scientific approach to this. The other thing I wanted to thank you for is your continued work on the C23-24 reservoirs and STA. Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch was present in St. Lucie County at a very important meeting regarding those. You know, there's a very passionate group of stakeholders there that have very deep roots in St. Lucie County who have concerns, and you guys are working very hard to alleviate those concerns and also continue to educate our community about how important those reservoirs are because of the large amount of drainage that is happening from western St. Lucie County lands clear into the North Fork and thereby the South Fork of the St. Lucie River. So again, those projects are super important to our St. Lucie River, and I just appreciate everybody following the science and keeping their foot on the gas pedal. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil Smart, followed by Newton Cook, and then Neil McAlealy.
Morning, folks. My name's Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director with Friends of the Everglades, founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Wanted to note that later today during discussion of your fiscal year 2021-22 budget, you're going to hear about all the money to be spent on restoration projects throughout the greater Everglades. A whopping $624 million for the EAA Reservoir, the Caloosahatchee Reservoir, the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, Picayune Strand, and Allapattah Flats. You may hear about finished projects like the stormwater treatment area at the C-44 Canal and a stretch of curtain wall at the 8.5 square mile area. It's well and good to talk about how much money the district is spending on good projects, but it might also be well and good to recall that all this taxpayer money wouldn't have to be spent if the district were able to force polluters, mainly big sugar and big agriculture, to stop making the water so dirty it takes billions of dollars to clean it. Through our property taxes, taxpayers in 15 counties paid $2 billion to construct the STAs. Through their special assessments, Big Sugar and other agricultural interests foot maybe half the bill to operate them, yet they get the vast majority of the space. The Water Conditions Report tells us Lake O releases to the south in August totaled just 2,000 acre-feet, while inflows to the water conservation areas totaled 265,500 feet. The environmental report tells us that since the May 1 start of the current water year, just 13% of the water treated in the stormwater treatment areas came from Lake O. That means 87% of it came from the EAA. They've paid a fraction of the cost, but they get 87% of the space. Like I said, as you talk about your budget today, you're going to hear a lot of numbers. But unless some things change, some numbers are just never going to add up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Newton Cook, followed by Neil McAlealy, and then Michael Collins.
Good morning, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. The most important thing I had today, and I don't have a lot, thankfully, is to invite everyone to attend the recreation meeting that we'll have here Monday afternoon, 5 o'clock. We're always out by 8. I mean, I think we've done these for 15 years, and we've never not been out by 8 o'clock. It will be here and also on Zoom, which we get dozens and dozens or more people on Zoom, so it's very helpful. Our stakeholder presentation, we try to have a stakeholder presentation each quarter at these meetings, and this one will be by the Southern Off-Road Bicycle Association from Orlando, which is a giant group of bicycle riders. And as you know, the district has several really nice facilities for bike riding, and almost any place that you go, there's horseback riding and bike riding facilities and paths for them. So we look forward to that. We will get a wildlife management areas update from the FWC. I think hunting season is approaching. In fact, in this area, the deer hunting has been running for a month. And the FWC comes in and gives us an update on where we stand. with the different wildlife management areas, which of course the district has a lot of the land that is being used for that. Biscayne Bay project, which we all are concerned about. The Biscayne Bay has been in trouble a long time, and it probably took a long time to get it back where it ought to be, but there's a lot of work going on. And then, of course, forthcoming duck season, the STAs are always a hot pocket topic, and we will get a presentation on that. The STAs are in trouble. We know that because we're out there waiting around them. There's just very little left of open, healthy marsh. They're going to cattails, and that's not a healthy marsh. We'll have an update on the C-44 project, which one of these days will be open to the public, and it's very much appreciated. I can't say enough about the land management staff and Yvette, who helps us put these things on. It's a lot of work for the district and for the staff. And it's a lot of work out there on the 600,000 acres of dry land that the staff has to watch over for the public, and it's much appreciated. And I would like to say also good wishes to Colonel Kelly. I think for the rest of his life, every time he hears the words Lake Okeechobee, there's going to be a certain smile come to his face. And God bless them, and every colonel I've worked with, and I've worked with a number of them, they're just fantastic people. They're just great people, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Neil McAlealy, followed by Michael Collins.
Am I allowed to take my mask off when I speak? Okay. You know, it's these days figuring out what the rules are wherever you walk in. You got to be careful. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be here. My name is Neil McAlealy. I'm a lawyer. I represent Florida Crystals Corporation. And I'm here just to comment briefly on the issue of public water supply and the lawsuits that were filed recently against the Corps that the executive director spoke about. And I just want to be very clear on the record for you all so you understand what these cases are. Florida Crystals and the other farmers in the Everglades agricultural area have been longtime supporters of the SERP, the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. They were important stakeholders when the SERP was developed in the 90s. I remember being at meetings there with you, Commissioner Bergeron, at the meetings and with environmental interests, and they were part of the consensus building effort that led to the development of the SERP, which is a balanced plan that restores the Everglades and also protects people in the form of water supply and flood protection. And they were part of the people who went up to Congress and went to Tallahassee to get Congress and the legislature to approve the SERP in 2000. Florida Crystals fully supports the EA reservoir and the STA. I don't need to tell this to you all. They, as you know, they voluntarily did early termination of leases in the STA footprint to let you accelerate your work and to save money. So I think their actions speak louder than any words. These lawsuits that were filed 2 weeks ago are not intended and don't even ask to slow down or block the construction of the reservoir or your STA. And I want this to be very clear, and that's why I'm getting up to speak, so you all know the facts here. Those lawsuits, in fact, ask the court to vindicate the SERP itself. And let me be very clear about this. The SERP, as it was approved by Congress and the Florida legislature back in 2000, requires the Corps to modify the Central and Southern Florida project to both restore the Everglades and to protect water supply of existing legal users that existed at the time the plan was formulated. That's the so-called savings clause. In the project formulation for this reservoir, the Corps has not planned to protect existing legal users consistent with the SERP. And let me just be very specific. SERP requires them to look at the baseline of water supply that existed in 2000 when the SERP was approved and to protect that level of water supply. And there's an analysis they're supposed to do. In the project formulation for this project, they plan to protect a lesser level of water supply than that. So the lawsuit simply asks the court to direct the Corps to properly apply the SERP, which is the Water Resources Development Act of 2000. And by the way, Florida statutes do have the same requirement in it that would apply to you if you were doing something here. And wants the project to be operated correctly. Now, this
Mr.
is what I wanted
McElwee?
to get up and,
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
would you like, well, here's, let me say the last, words here. The complaints do not ask to stop construction. They don't ask to block your permit. They don't ask to vacate your permit. They say nothing about that. So the suggestion that they do is not correct, and I would suggest that you read the complaint. It simply asks the Corps of Engineers to go back and do a better job of planning for how these projects are used. And we all know it's going to take years for these projects to get built. There's plenty of time to get this done right before they're operated. So I want to be very clear about that for the board, because you've already heard that somehow we're trying to stop your project. Absolutely not. That is not correct.
Mr.
And I wanted the
McElwee?
record to be clear. Thank you.
Michael Collins?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you know, I've been involved in this Everglades effort from the very start, intimately involved most of the steps along the way. And just sort of follow up, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to get into particular details of a lawsuit. But one of the things we were concerned about at the start was the sustainability of the effort. Could we expect that 20 years later we'd still have the political support necessary? Because we knew it was going to take a long time. I don't think anybody expected it to take as long as it has. But we knew that sustaining this effort was going to be important, and the only way to do it was to make sure when the train left the station, everybody was on board, and when the train, you know, headed down the tracks years later, everybody was still on board. And that's where the savings clause came from. It's a matter of policy. It was purely an effort to, you know, protect the people that had something to lose, that had everything to lose in terms of land, business, you know, other real stakes in the game. And so in producing it, we had the full support of the environmental community. The Corps was on board. The district was on board. And if I was going to sit here and rate the biggest threats to being able to continue to sustain this effort, it would be the massively powerful federal and state agencies not continuing to obey the law and continuing to obey the laws that got us 20 years down the road, you know, where we're still engaged and you folks are able to follow up on old projects and start new ones. And so when I look at this from the 50,000-foot perspective and 40 years of involvement, I worry about that, because that's the thing that can turn this around and bring it to a dead halt. 2.5 years ago, at the first meeting of this board, isn't it fun when you have, time passes quickly when you're having fun, right? Same sort of deal, a bunch of allegations. Oh, this, you know, the new lease, the lease that was renewed is going to slow things down. No, it isn't. You know, the farmers have kept their promises. Everybody else has, to a certain degree, kept their promises. That's why we're still moving forward. So I would encourage you to keep your objectivity, to understand how we got here, and to work to sustain this effort. And that means that everybody's got to obey the law and continue to do the good things that we all said we were going to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Switching to the virtual world now, Mr. Chairman, I have Ryan Rossi, followed by Suzanne Martin, and then Michael Connor.
Good morning, can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Rossi.
Good morning, Ryan Rossi, South Florida Water Coalition. Thanks for the opportunity to comment as always, especially virtually. In the past, I know that the South Florida Water Management District has offered, you guys have offered presentations on sea level rise impacts. And I just want to take a minute to underscore how important I think those have been for South Florida residents in particular. And I'm always very appreciative and thank you for always having done those. You know, I've been speaking to a lot of local folks recently who live along the coast, and they continue to express to me, first, how concerned they are about the situation. And second, you know, they're concerned about how this is going to be addressed in the coming years. You know, I really do believe that this is truly on the forefront of a lot of minds. And I think that education on this matter, particularly regarding what communities can expect in the coming years and what the resiliency plans are to manage it, can be really helpful. And I think I heard some of that mentioned in one of the reports before public comment earlier. As I said, I hope more of these will be planned going forward and are really inclusive to the public. You know, quite honestly, it's what makes all of these discussions on water management so important. And that even includes LOSM, because that plays a role in this too. You know, the public doesn't always understand the complexities or the intricacies of water management. And, you know, for what my organization, you know, specifically represents much of the time, how our water supply is countering some of these coastal climate concerns. So I hope that we can continue making them aware of all of this and how it all works so uniquely together. I don't know if you guys have these things planned going forward. I certainly hope so. Like I said, I think it is very important for the public to understand what's going to be happening as we go forward with this. You know, the threats that we face are collective, right? And so are our water resources and how we manage them. So I just wanted to put that out there and thank you always for the work that you do on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Suzanne Martin, you recognized to speak, followed by Michael Connor and then Emma Hadesy.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Suzanne Martin, Executive Director at Anglers for Lake Okeechobee. A couple weeks ago, we attended the unveiling of the very first ASR well site north of Lake Okeechobee. I cannot express enough what an amazing feeling it was seeing this after all the hard work so many of us have put into this project. I realize we're just getting started, but to know that we have a viable solution already working to help fix not only our water issues on Lake Okeechobee, but also our surrounding communities, we just consider this a huge win for everyone. I wholeheartedly believe the numbers derived from the ASR wells are going to be the proof that they not only work, but that they'll be an instrumental piece in solving the water problems being debated and decided upon here currently. When we were at the site, it was an honor to meet and speak with Senator Albrighton and Senator Wilton Simpson, who, as you know, was a huge advocate of this project. And it was just great to see how enthusiastic they all were. I also want to thank Drew Bartlett and all the members of South Florida Water Management Board in hosting such an informative event and for the diligent work that you all do each and every day to help solve these water issues. We appreciate each of you and I look forward to continuing this fight for our water. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Our next public commenter is Michael Connor, followed by Emma Hadesy.
Yes, good morning, Director Bartlett and board members. Mike Connor, Indian River Keeper. A couple of things I want to touch upon really quickly. First, congratulations to Colonel Kelly on his upcoming retirement. A job well done. I think the Colonel is one of the most approachable people in his position I've ever had the pleasure to interact with at the Corps. Also, Western St. Lucie projects, St. Lucie County projects. Hope the district will help the Corps expedite these. These are so important to our St. Lucie River. You know, in the past week alone, the St. Lucie saw as much as 1 billion gallons per day combined from those 3 canals. This morning, they are flowing at a rate of about 800 million gallons a day. And, you know, a lot of folks here think we're getting Lake O discharges. Of course, we're not. But these canals have a great, terrible impact with the unfiltered water we see day in, day out. So we're looking very much forward to those projects being finished. The C-44, very impressive project. I very much enjoyed my visit out there with Senator Marco Rubio last month. Tremendous job on that. We are really encouraged by what that's going to help, how that's going to help our river. Lastly, LOSM's, I look at LOSM's potential, of course, being optimized now. We're all sitting on pins and needles over here wondering what the final look will be. You know, the potential for estuary benefit, I believe, is hindered by the fact that we are not being provided a fair shared capacity in the STAs south of the lake. I think that would be a real key to helping LOSM work. The benefits of LOSM would be easily accommodated. I think right now it seems like the Corps is trying to put 10 gallons of water into a 7-gallon bag, if I can use that analogy, because there's still not enough capacity for the water, no matter how balanced the plan turns out to be. And in closing, we are asking that DEP does thorough monitoring and testing of C-44 canal waters for cyanobacteria toxicity, because right now the discharges are happening from the C-44 to the S-80 lock to the St. Lucie River. So we just hope they do good monitoring, whether it's from the air, at the banks out there, and look for blooms. And if there is a bloom out there, it tests over 8 parts. We would think that the S-80 lock would be shut for human health concerns here. And I thank you, as always, for time to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Emma Hadesy, you're recognized to speak.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman, governing board members. I'm going to keep my comments quick today. This is Emma Hadesy with Florida Bay Forever. I just wanted to note that our community here in the Keys is reeling in shock and mourning from the loss of our Monroe County Commissioner, Mike Forrester. Many of you may know that Mike is a fierce Everglades advocate who was instrumental in advancing Senate Bill 10 and the EAA reservoir. And he's also a founder of our organization who's been a voice for our bay and for sending water south for many years as our mayor in Isla Mirada, as a councilman, and most recently as a county commissioner. And wherever Mike is, I know that he's watching over all of us in the work that we continue to do for our Everglades. And I think that one of the greatest things that the Florida Bay community and the Everglades community and the district can do in his memory is to continue the work to complete and expedite the reservoir, to continue to remove barriers to flow south, and just to continue to do all the work that you guys have been doing since you began. So thank you. I appreciate the time to make comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Hadesy. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional raised hands for this item. Oh, spoke too soon. Mark Perry snuck one in. Mr. Perry, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Governing Board. I'm sorry to be a little late. It's Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. The East Coast seems to, as Mike Connor reported, as getting a lot of local runoff, of course, basin runoff, and a lot of that coming through the agricultural canals, the C23, C24, C25, and also C44 basins. The project out at the western end in the IRL South Reservoir is wonderful to see that get going and soon to be filled up and get started. That would save quite a bit of discharge coming into the system from the C44 basin. But the C23 and 24 basins have a ways to go. I know that the reservoirs projects are underway in there, which is encouraging, but we need to go upstream into these basins and ask to store and treat that water before it runs off into the district canals and then discharges directly into the estuaries. That would significantly help. There's tidal tributaries, which you'll see that are constantly running into to cause our water to change, which is expected during these rainy season and the rainy time. But the same applies to other parts of our watersheds where we need to go up in Okeechobee, up in the EAA and other places to get that water stored and treated on the sites before it runs off into the canals and then is discharged out into the Atlantic or Gulf of Mexico. We're really wanting to get that water to move south from the lake. Right now, the water is going south, and as you'll see in through the STAs, it's all basin runoff, and you'll see that on page 23 of the Lawrence Glenn's report coming up, technical reports. And I think it's already iterated by a previous speaker that's very little is coming out, over 400,000 acre feet coming from basin runoff, and very minimal, less than 40 or 60,000 coming from the lake. So there's an inequity there that we need to make sure that rim and capacity is there for lake water to be flowing through the STAs and down south to the Everglades and Florida Bay, especially during the dry season. And now that we're getting out of the tropical storm season, we're hopeful we can get that without the lake coming up dramatically and avoid any dramatic discharges to either of the northern estuaries. Appreciate your diligence in all these projects and moving forward. It's encouraging to see Everglades restoration moving forward after 40 plus years that we've all been involved in this. And I just hopeful for this future to be at hand, especially with the WOSM and the process there. Thanks again also to Colonel Kelly. He was a guy to work with, a very good to work with, and I appreciate his service. We're looking forward to working with Colonel Booth upcoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional raised hands for this item.
Well, thanks, Rosie, and thank you all very much for your comments. We're going to move now to board comment, and I'll start with Mr. Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few items. One we already touched on, which was my visit to South Lee County and Bonita Springs. Also, to follow up on what Mr. Bergeron said earlier about south of 41 and the Picayune Strand, this couple weeks ago, we had the opportunity to start the site analysis for the water quality project for the Picayune watershed. And Jennifer Reynolds and Lisa Keeler from the Basin and myself were up on a flight doing a aerial recon of what land might be available for a possible site for that project. So we're moving forward on that. The BCB board funded the initial site analysis for this project, so we're moving forward on that. Also, yesterday I spent the day in Palm Beach County, and I was visiting a couple of sites. And how this came about, during the summer permitting school, I attended a seminar presented by Ernie Cox. In his current position, he's the project manager for Palm Beach Aggregate. And in his presentation, he sparked my interest because he was talking about regional collaboration and partnerships. So I reached out to Ernie to go and see the L8 project and the C51 reservoir project. And I was out there yesterday morning touring the site and learning more about it. And the takeaway that I took from that, and Lieutenant Colonel Todd Polk joined me, so I was out there with the Corps of Engineers as well. The interesting thing about that is that they had multiple state agencies, they had local governments, and the private sector, and they're all partnering on that particular project. And I continue to be enthusiastic about that type of collaboration as we approach regional issues that we need to solve and how we can pull that together. So that was a very, very informative visit, and I want to thank Ernie for pulling that together for me yesterday. In the afternoon, I spent the day with Pat Painter on the Grassy Waters Preserve. And it was very, very interesting. He's the environmental resource manager, and it was very, very interesting to learn about the public utilities in West Palm Beach and their drinking water. And one of the topics of our conversation, something for us to consider as we move forward, is getting multiple benefits from projects, or as he termed it, environmental lift. So I think that's something that we could also keep in mind going forward. So just a couple thoughts to share with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Rum. Ms. Meads.
So just a real quick comment. As I sit up here 2.5 years, I am always, always amazed at the dynamics of this process. So water, I watch everyone saying, you know, my water, my water, my water. What about my water? I've got to have my water. And I just want to suggest to you that it is our water. We're all in this together. It's our water. It has to be clean water. It can't be polluted water. It can't be poison water. And just, you know, it is something that human beings cannot live without. There are many things that we can live without. Water, we cannot live without. So, just to remind you, the average human being, 50 to 75% of everyone's body in this audience, or who can hear me, is made of water. If you are an infant under the age of 1, it's higher. It's 75 to 78%. So as we go forward in these conversations, my public service announcement is, it is our water. It is everyone's water. Our goal, our mission, as I sit up here and continue to look at it, is to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, meet the region's water needs while connecting with public and stakeholders. So I'm just hoping as the years go by, remember, Mark Twain said that whiskey's for drinking and water is for fighting over. I'm hoping that we come to a day where we can all in Florida understand that this is a resource that is precious, that belongs to everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mead. Mr. Bergeron.
Well, as my fellow board members have said elegantly, as the journey of water is the life of South Florida, for us to have a quality of life. I do have one question. You were talking about the palmetto berries. Do we allow any of that harvesting, or is this someone illegally doing it?
I can't read your lips.
Do we give any permits to harvest?
We did not give any permits to harvest. These were illegally harvested.
Okay, so we don't give permits for people to harvest to get revenue from palmetto berries?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah. Well, that's good, because I can remember back as an FWC commissioner, making sure the state of Florida didn't allow harvesting food from the wildlife. A lot of people couldn't figure out why bears were coming into town and were taking all their food. And so I hope we stay protecting the food for a lot of wildlife. Certainly want to thank Colonel Kelly again. I've worked with colonels all the way back to 1982, and his leadership is just impeccable. We certainly have a lot to celebrate. We've been to a lot of ribbon cuttings. The progress we're making, I'm really excited. The Old Tamiami Trail, the 8.5 square mile area, the C-43, the C-44, the EAA Reservoir, and storm treatment. It's amazing. Within the next 2 or 3 years, the raising of the Tamiami Trail under contract right now. All of these things that are going on as they come together in the next 2 to 3 years, what does all that mean? It means that we're going to be able to implement modified water delivery, moving water south. And I've heard that out of every stakeholder that speaks here, move water south. A lot of great things due to the leadership of our governor and our legislators giving us the funding necessary for these projects. We have a lot of good things to look forward to in the next 3 years. I know we got extensive funding for monitoring north of the lake. I don't know where we're at on that, but that's really important to see is best management practices, the assumption that you're meeting quality of water. How are we coming on that, Drew, to be able to identify the amount of pollution that's coming into our state waters?
Well, I can tell you that the monitoring network is fully functional at this point. So we do have and that came online, 6 months ago, maybe 9 months ago. So it's the expanded monitoring network is fully online right now. So we're collecting the data, and Jennifer's bureau has a new section fully dedicated towards evaluating those questions specifically. So I can let her fill you in on the remainder of that.
Yeah, and in fact, next month, we'll be bringing a presentation to the board that'll talk more in depth about the data that we're collecting, how we're using it, how we're sharing that across the agencies in order to make all of us better at identifying which areas to focus on and what types of projects are needed based on the monitoring data that is revealed through our monitoring network. And so we're collaborating with FDACS and with DEP to combine all of our efforts in terms of monitoring, data collection, and site visits in order to target areas and implement the best projects, the best activities in order to make the most meaningful impacts on water quality throughout the basins.
Well, that's really important, so we will have most of this information in the next 6 months or year, or so we
Yeah.
know what level it's coming into our state waters?
Yeah, we have that information now. What takes a little bit longer as we implement the expanded monitoring network is being able to identify trends. And so we have the real-time data, and I'll show you what we have. But as you know, when you look at information, a lot of it is you have to take into account things like rainfall, changing activities on the landscape, and some of the implications of that isn't seen in just 1 or 2 or even 1 year's worth of data. And so we're using the data to evaluate some of those things, but the longer we have the data in place, the more meaningful it will be for us to understand trends and longer-term impacts.
Well, I think that's extremely important because in order for us to build projects to pre-treat water or a certain responsibility on levels of phosphorus that enter our state waters, for us to be able to accomplish quality of water, this information is extremely important. And I know this is a hot subject, but we'll never get quality of water without having all this information for us to make decisions on. So I would say, I know we have a lot on our plate, but I would, as soon as staff is available to look at the L28 to move more water south. I know we're evaluating the Tamiami Trail and the Loop Road to see what infrastructure we may need to have that constant flow to the 10,000 islands naturally by ridge and sloughs, by natural gravity. So I'm excited if we can, I know we've been under a lot of pressure, Drew, but that's just moving more water south. I would like to say one other thing, and I'll make it brief, that removing these barriers that we've been removing to move water south, these missing links and barriers will give us the benefit of the infrastructure we have already built. And I'm just extremely excited that a lot of these barriers are being removed, and we're going to be moving more water south. So with all of that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Ms. Thurla Lippich.
Thank you, Chair Goss. I have about 6 things to run through. I first wanted to thank the South Florida Water Management staff, especially Mark Elser, for leading me through the Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan, which we'll be going over later today. Quite an education, and again, you know, as many environmentalists say, as the land is the water, we have to be so cognizant of development and the water that it will be using and how that water will be running off the land into our waters. Second, I wanted to say I'm very happy to hear on a couple of different levels that the EAA reservoir is moving forward strong, and that's the heart of the matter for me. Number 3, the Triangle Report. Thank you, Drew Bartlett, for speaking on the NEP, which stands for the Northern Everglades Estuaries Protection Program. This is what I've been complaining about, which is getting better and better. The triangle, for people in the public listening. There have been 3 pieces of paper, basically 1 or 2 pages, put forth on this And I had missed a couple of them. So I just want to make note for everyone who is paying as much attention as I am to the important communication between the Department of Environmental Protection, the South Florida Water Management District, and FDACS, because they are charged through Florida statutes for water quality in the northern estuaries particularly. So thank you, staff, Ms. Reynolds, everybody for the work on that. And I think it's great that you're talking, because as we know with all our work with the Army Corps, it's not just operations, it's also communications. I also wanted to mention that I had the pleasure of meeting at the C-44 reservoir, new Colonel Booth, along with Colonel Kelly and local elected officials. Everyone was very open and asked very direct questions and told their stories. It was, if I had one thing to say in my short time with Colonel Booth, I would say he's a really good listener. And that's, for me, super impressive. And also, he's a Floridian. He's from the area of Keystone Heights, I believe. And I think he might be one of the very first Floridians we've had in our modern day colonels. So I'm very excited about it. And God bless Colonel Kelly. You're a winner. We'll miss you. My next thing is the Indian River Lagoon Council, which I sit on. It's a national estuary program. Always great information about the Indian River Lagoon, of which the St. Lucie River is part. I want to call attention to veterinarian Dr. DeWitt's presentation on the Atlantic U.S. mortality event occurring for manatees in the Indian River Lagoon, which includes the St. Lucie River. I looked back just out of interest, the worst year that I've been around for the St. Lucie River with the terrible algae bloom of 2016. 11 manatees died, according to FWC. This year, so far, and that's just through July, I believe, 36 have died. And then the numbers, up and down the lagoon are just horrific. And it's the seagrass loss, and the seagrass loss is linked to the water quality, and the water quality is linked to the triangle. And we're working on it, but we need to be in high speed here. And I also wanted to say how hopeful I was to attend the C-23, C-24 Reservoir Army Corps presentation in St. Lucie County. And there are some things to work through, but I'm sure that they'll be worked through. And again, like just recently, the Florida Oceanographic Society, of which Mark Perry oversees as their executive director, I believe most recently, the water quality for the St. Lucie River with no Lake Okeechobee discharges is a D. And that is all that water, like you said, C-23, C-24, sometimes if they're moving in a weird direction from C-25, C-44. Those projects that have been on the books from the earliest times, I think 2000, and then approved by Congress in 2007, it's a happy day to see that happen for St. Lucie County and people like Commissioner Franny Hutchinson, who's given her life to working towards these betterments. So I'm very excited to be here today. Thank you for letting me participate this way. I'm presently sitting in a marina in Palatka, Florida, with my husband on a trawler. We've been going down the St. Johns River this year, learning about their waters. And I tell you what, it's a much mightier river than I realized. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Thurlow-Lipich. Stay safe. Mr. Butler?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too also am appreciative of being able to get to join the meeting today from remotely. We're just staying busy at the farm today, and I needed to be here and helping out around the farm. And sometimes y'all understand presence is key, and we're all in it together. So I appreciate the opportunity to get joined virtually. Just a couple things. I want to thank the staff that Ms. Thurlow-Lipich and I had the opportunity to attend a a ceremony that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office had recognizing the 100th anniversary of memorial ceremony of the losing of Deputy Sheriff George Douglas. He was the first deputy sheriff to be lost on duty in Palm Beach County, and that was 100 years ago. And in his memory, the district, along with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, named the old Miami Canal Lock after Deputy Douglas. So it was a very moving ceremony. We had a lot of staff that have participated, some of them in their own time, trying to find the old gravesite of Deputy Douglas, and have helped to bring that to fruition. Jackie and my mutual friend, Chappie Young, a surveyor mapper, long time from the East Coast, has also been involved, and he kind of got Jackie and myself involved. So it was a moving ceremony, and I appreciate the staff that has put the time, and appreciate the district putting the time and effort to make that happen. Also, had the opportunity, the district hosted the briefing with Senator Simpson, Senator Albritton, and Representative Tuck out on the C-38 at kind of the location of the first, what will be the first ASR, hopefully the first ASR well going in the ground. We got to see the drill rig there that'd be putting the first well in. We're going to use that for research purposes first, pulling the core out of it. But eventually that will be the first ASR well, new ASR well going in. I can tell you Senator Simpson was certainly very engaged, and he was very interested in seeing the science and research. We had the district had the cores laid out there, and the contractor, the well cores, and I think that he certainly indicated that the legislature is very interested in seeing this process moving forward. So I think there's a lot more to come there. And also want to thank when we went to had the Bluefield ribbon cutting, the newest dispersed water project to come online there in the St. Lucie Basin. Again, that's 28,000 acre feet of water that project will keep from going out the S-80. So that's exciting. With that, that's what I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Mr. Steinle. Mr. Steinle may be away. I'll finish with my comments. And first of all, it's amazing every month I sit here and just listen to how busy everyone's been, and our staff and our governing board members. And I thank you all for your continued commitment and participation into learning what goes into this district. And thank staff for working so hard with us. I'd like to thank also my state representative, Botana, who I referenced earlier. I had a chance to tour Bonita Springs and take a look at some of the flooding areas left over from Irma, the result of the Imperial River overflow. And look forward to being able to help that area out in any way we can. And they've got a couple of ideas, and I've discussed them with Drew, and we'll go forward with what we can do there. I'd like to wish Colonel Kelly an absolute wonderful retirement. I wish we could all be up there at the change of command ceremony, but understand we have our duties here. I wish Colonel Booth nothing but the best. I'd like to thank FWC. They gave me a great tour, and Drew, of the Palm Beach Shooting Sports Complex, and that's a neat facility. And anything we can do there to be helpful, I think we should, and I think we are, and I think that it's in our mutual interest. I'd like to congratulate and thank Dr. Moran for what you've just given us. I look forward to reading this. I know we've got some king tides coming up like today, and this is exactly what we should be doing and need to be doing. And I thank you for all your work. I know you've been with us for maybe a year and a half or so, and this is great. And I see it's labeled draft. I don't know what's sort of next on this. Is this something that goes to the state, or is this? I know you referenced that, Drew, but I may have not been paying attention.
No, we need to do public engagement with our local governments and communities to get comment on it and have them review it and look at it and figure out how they can help participate with us on it.
Well, it's great. I think this is really important, and I think it's great work, and I appreciate it because I know it's on everyone's mind. And finally, my closing comment, I'd like to thank Mr. McAlilly for being here today. I am very concerned about your lawsuit. I know you don't want to slow things down, but things happen, particularly when they get into the court system, and that's something that I need to understand with Ms. Ansay maybe a little bit more, is to exactly how the savings clause reads and what exactly it means going forward. What the intent was, and there's always, I've read it many, many times, and there's always that question of an intent. And here we are 21 years later, and Mr. McLilley referenced a baseline that was written 21 years ago that was probably based on data from way before that. Certainly things have changed in the last 21 years, so does the savings clause get updated? I don't know. It's something that we need to look at. We need to make sure that everyone has the water they need. Using Lore's 08 as a baseline, I don't see as being hugely detrimental. I think if I look back at Lore's, it didn't cause anyone that much harm. I know there's different metrics used as whether it's a 1 in 6 or a 1 in 10, but I just don't. I'm not seeing the harm that Lore's 08 did, so that's something I need to discuss, I guess, with our staff a little bit more to understand exactly where the sugar industry's concerns are there, going forward, because if we do end up having to join the suit, I want to make sure that we're all prepared to do that. And with that, we'll move on to consent agenda. Do we have any comments on that, Rosie? Or actually, hang on, before we do that, is there any board member who wants to move a consent agenda to discussion? I'd like to move item 20. So I'm going to pull item 20 out, and we'll move that to discussion, and then we'll go to comments on the rest. And just in case you're wondering, that's the Northern Crested Caracara sole source contract.
We do not have any public comments.
Great. Are there any board comments? Okay, can I get a motion to approve everything 14 to 22 except for 20?
I'll second.
Thanks, I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Meeks?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez? Yes. Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Yes.
And Mr. Steinle, if you're back. Mr. Steinle's not back yet. Great, those pass unanimously. The only reason I pulled item 20 is I wanted to talk a little bit to either Executive Director Bartlett or maybe Ms. Reynolds about that one, because I think that I don't have a problem with it going forward, but in talking to our staff member just before this meeting, finding out that there's only one person who does this in the whole United States, and she lives in either New Mexico or Arizona or something, that makes very little sense to me. And I think that we probably ought to need to work with FWC to let them know they've got a problem, or I think maybe it's not a problem, but to me it's a problem. If we're supposed to be monitoring all these things and there's only one person in the United States who does it, who doesn't live anywhere near here and is actually retired, then maybe there's an issue. So I think I would ask that Mr. Bartlett maybe have a conversation with his counterpart at FWC to see if there's some way we could have this one person, while she's still with us, train up someone else in the world who actually can do this monitoring. And I just wanted to put that out there and see if y'all are comfortable with that and bring that to light a little bit more.
You're reading my mind.
May I please ask a question when it's correct?
It is correct.
I didn't mean to jump in front of Mr. Bergeron. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I certainly understand concerns. I'm also concerned, though, that these birds are taken care of, and that just like other things we're talking about today, this doesn't put a wrench in it so that nothing's happening with it for many months on or years. Would you please, Mr. Goss, would you mind asking Ms. Reynolds to just give a little more insight into what your concerns are, or what the concerns are, perhaps? Because I too, I went over it during the briefing, but I mostly want to make sure that we're taking care of the birds. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Olipich, I have the exact same concern you do in making sure that we take care of the birds. And I think that of our staff of 1,400, we have some incredibly qualified people who could probably do the monitoring that we need to do. Right now, FWC, I believe, has one person in the United States who does caracara monitoring, and she does not live in the state of Florida or anywhere near the state of Florida. And it seems odd to me that we couldn't somehow train somebody up to be able to do this kind of monitoring if FWC would allow us to. And that's my concern. Ms. Reynolds, is that?
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about that. We do have some of our staff that participate in these activities, and actually when we started doing the monitoring for the C-43 project, we did it in-house. But the monitoring became very intensive and much more prolonged, and so we needed to bring in additional support in order to be able to keep up with the monitoring on these 3 project sites. And so the permitting and licensing that is required for non-agency folks to be able to help participate in these kinds of activities is regulated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so when we want to bring in folks to help support agency staff, in order to do that, it has to be licensed and permitted through the service. And so the service is working with Johnson Engineering and a couple of other individuals in order to expand their licensing and permitting to allow others to do this type of work. And so that process is ongoing. And so we expect in the next couple of years for there to be additional people who are authorized to do this kind of work that we will be able to contract out with. So our staff can do this work, and we do participate in this work, but there's just more work than we have staff to take care of, and so we have to choose different types of activities that we can have people help with. And Dr. Morrison has been a long-time expert in Caracara, and her services are, bring great scientific benefit as well. Her expertise is excellent to have scientifically and in terms of time and staff management. And so we're thankful to have her participate, but you're right, she is retired. She lives in New Mexico, and she comes out to help us with this on a regular basis. And so part of what she is doing training with other individuals while she's out here. So the work that is done includes trapping, tagging, and monitoring the nesting pairs of Caracara on our 3 project sites. So I'm happy to answer additional questions. I don't know if that's enough or if you need more.
No, that's plenty, and I appreciate it, and I was not questioning her expertise in any way or belittling her experience in any way. She certainly has the qualifications, and I appreciate the fact she's working with us so diligently. It just strikes me as odd that, the way these contracts are written as sole source, it always bothers me, because I don't, there has to be some other way, because I think competition makes us all better. And I don't like sole source contracts. I do like the fact that you did combine these contracts, though, and I appreciate your doing that and bringing them to this one consolidated contract. Mr. Bergeron, did you have something you wanted to say?
Have we talked to the FWC I'm sure they're qualified to help us on this?
Well,
To be more cost effective, or?
Well, I think that's the issue, is that there's only one person who the FWC has ordained as the person who can do this.
I was wondering if Holly could come and provide a little bit more of the specifics about the relationship between FWC, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and our efforts to get more people permitted and licensed so that we can look at something that's more than a sole source.
Thanks, Holly. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, and I'm sorry, Mr. Bergeron, I misunderstood your FWC. And
I knew there would be a lot of questions about this. Even getting it through the routing process raised a lot of questions. Dr. Joan Morrison is the only person in the United States and the world right now that holds the research permit to conduct trapping, tagging, and transmitting research. The service has been trying to work on permitting other researchers for this. It has not happened yet. So when C-43 Reservoir came online and our biological opinions had these requirements in it, we reached out to the service to obtain contractors, and Joan is the only one. So we started a sole source with C-43. As C-139 Annex and FEB came online, after each other, we added the Annex in and then the FEB. And at the time, we were still doing sole sources. With talking to Johanna Labrada and procurement, it was definitely cumbersome to manage all of those. So getting them all on one will be a lot easier, both internally and externally for these contractors. As we're adding more projects, and in these biological opinions, we're finding the service adding these requirements into these, in these areas where Cara are being impacted by our large-scale projects. And we're probably going to see them more in the future with certain projects. And we can't handle all the monitoring in-house. It's very labor-intensive. You have to be out a certain time before sunrise. We needed Johnson Engineering's help to do the actual monitoring, and since Joan works with them so closely, and it's a very close working relationship, which saves us a lot of money when trying to learn these Cara's behavior and when to trap and tag and put the transmitters on. It's really reducing her travel time since we're flying her in from New Mexico now. So we're trying to get Johnson Engineering staff qualified to help obtain permits or work under Joan's permit. So we have people more locally. And as we're helping and getting experience handling the birds, maybe in the future we'll be able to get permits as well. But the service is very cautious about giving these permits out for Cara research. So right now, the next Cara season starts in November. So usually we have these contracts in place by October to make all that happen. So we're trying to get everything in place to start the monitoring in November, and then hopefully we can have this contract in place for a couple years, and then by that time maybe more people will be permitted, or maybe we can obtain permits ourselves to do the work. But we're finding more and more projects requiring this in their biological opinions, and we don't have the staff in-house to do all of it. So
that tells me I need to make a call to Larry Williams to make sure it's a high priority to try to get more folks certified. And
I think so. I think having one person in the world certified when our projects are sort of hinging on whether these things are go through or not. I mean, I don't want to see a project stop because,
right,
if she gets sick or, can't make it here, I mean, that's...
Yeah, COVID was a concern with her travel time. She actually drove from New Mexico this season. We were really concerned we weren't going to be able to meet the requirements this year, but we made it happen. And we've been talking to the service, Tim Breen and his staff, a lot about Cara monitoring in general, and the different issues we've been having over the years with that. It's just kind of a little struggle we've been trying to get through together. And they know they need to issue more permits for this work, research permits. There is another person in Florida that's trying to amend his permits and go through the service process. So maybe in the future we'll have more opportunities for bidding and stuff. But right now we just don't.
Well, thanks very much. I didn't mean to take this much time on this.
It's okay.
And Drew, I think you're exactly right. If you could call Larry and...
I'm on it.
Thank you. That was really the intent.
Excuse me, I do have another question, please. It's Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch.
Hang on, Jackie, 1 second. We're going to let Colonel Roman have a comment, and then you can go.
I'm sorry.
No, I was ready to
Thank
make
you.
a motion when you are.
I'm sorry, Jackie, go ahead.
So I want to ask Mr. Bartlett, if we vote against this, would it cause delay in work? Thank you. That's all I want to ask.
Absolutely. Yes, please do not vote against us.
No.
It was not my intent to pull it to vote against it. It was my intent to shed some light on it and to hopefully have Mr. Bartlett be able to.
By the way, I just wanted to let you know that if you saw me showing something to the chairman, it was a photo of a northern crested Cara because I didn't know what we were talking about. What a beautiful bird.
They're all over our properties.
It's
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
But I
They're all
won't do
over our
that again.
properties.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you're ready for a motion, I'll make a motion to approve number 20 on the consent agenda.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board? Is there any public discussion on this, Rosie? That you saw pop in while we were?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Great. I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Orman?
Yes.
Ms. Martinez? Yes. Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle, if you're back.
Yes, I'm back. Yep.
Great, thank you. That passes unanimously, and I'm sorry, I apologize for taking everyone off on a tangent there, but I'm glad we talked about it for a second. We'll now move to tactical reports. Suzanne Kirkland for Mr. Mitnick.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Suzanne Kirkland. I'm filling in for Mr. Mitnick this morning. I'm the Water Management Office Chief for the Office of Operations. I would like to thank you for the opportunity this morning to provide the water conditions summary this month. I will try to be consistent with John's briefings and as thorough as he always is. Looking back over the last few months and the amount of rainfall that the Water Management District has received, you can see here that May had a significant deficit. June had a small deficit. July had a small surplus, but then August had a deficit of about the same amount that July had the surplus. And we're just a portion of the way into September so far. The August district-wide rainfall was 7.17 inches, or about 89% of normal, with a deficit of just under an inch. For the wet season, which started on May 28th, this puts us at 96% of normal, or about a 1 inch deficit. I do want to point out here that the Upper Kissimmee received the least amount of rain in August, coming in at just 62% of normal. And the Water Conservation Area 3 came in at 88%. And I'm sorry, Upper Kissimmee was 62% of normal for August, and for the wet season, it came in at 87%, and Water Conservation Area 3 came in at 88%. For the wet season so far. I will start the system overview conditions in the north. Looking at the upper chain of lakes, all of the upper lakes are very near schedule as they have risen to their schedules, and we are adjusting discharges now to remain near schedule. Lake Kissimmee was a little above schedule last month within the half-a-foot buffer zone that we have. And last month, you heard that flows down the river were increased as a result of rainfall received and the Corps of Engineers completing the construction and lifting the flow restrictions. However, with the drier conditions in the area during the month of August, stage has come down, currently about a half a foot below schedule, and we have reduced flows to the river from last month, but are continuing at 1,400 CFS. This is considered the flow needed to keep the floodplain inundated and is our intent at the moment, but with continued dry conditions, we are having discussions on possibly dialing back the flow a little. Moving a little farther south to Lake Okeechobee, as you know, we run the projection every month, looking at the lake levels as we move forward in time based on historical data. This purple shaded region represents approximately a 50% chance that stage will fall within this zone as we move forward in time. Stage predominantly remains in the LORS 2008 low subband. As we get towards the end of the wet season, this is a reasonable likelihood of what to expect. This morning, the lake stage is 14.73 feet, and we can expect lake stage to increase through the month of September. Next, we will review the potential releases to the estuaries, starting with the Caloosahatchee. Remember, this is the model projection. if we do everything exactly the way the model calls for. Releases less than 2100 CFS are represented by the gray zone. Releases above 2100 CFS are represented by this orange or tannish color. And the blue indicates stage is likely to stay above the base flow zone. Similar story for the St. Lucie. Here, the orange tannish color represents greater than 200 CFS. Again, this is a model projection. What you would get if you followed the model exactly the same as the input assumptions. This does not mean the releases are definitely going to happen. There are a number of other factors that go into the Army Corps of Engineers release decisions. Now let's move to the southern portion of the system. With the rains we have been receiving during the wet season, the southern portion of the central Everglades has also been filling up. However, things have slowed a little. Area 1 is slightly below the top of regulation schedule with the S10s closed. Area 2 is just above schedule with the S11s closed. Area 3, with stage approximately flat, is about 0.3 of a foot below its slowly rising regulation schedule. We continue to discharge in accordance with the Tamiami Trail flow formula, releasing water from Area 3 into Everglades National Park through the S33 structures into the L29 and through the S12 structures. Currently, S12B and C are open, and S12A and D are closed, following recommendations from the park scientists. There is a weekly discussion that occurs between district scientists and other agencies, including the park and their scientists and experts, to assess the conditions within the park and make their recommendations. Next, let's look at how water has been moving around the system since the beginning of May. Inflows to Lake Okeechobee are about 632,000 acre-feet. To the east coast, 14.1 thousand acre-feet since the beginning of May, with no releases from Lake Okeechobee. With Lake Osage now above 14 feet, the operations of the C-44 Basin have changed such that basin runoff is directed through the S-80 structure towards the St. Lucie estuary. So you are now starting to see this number increase. Looking at the other canals on the upper East Coast, the C-23 and C-24 have contributed roughly 122,000 acre-feet, and a little farther north, the C-25 canal has discharged about 57,000 acre-feet to the Indian River Lagoon. Moving a little farther south on the East Coast, there have been 0 lake releases to the Lake Worth Lagoon. Over on the West Coast, just over 492,000 acre-feet has been released to the Caloosahatchee estuary. That's a combination of basin runoff and Lake Okeechobee water, with Lake Okeechobee contributing roughly a quarter of the water that was moved to the estuary. Moving south, again, Lake Okeechobee inflows of 632,000 acre-feet, with total outflows of 419,000 acre-feet, or about 2/3 of the inflows. Flows to the water conservation areas are just in the central Everglades are just over 660,000 acre-feet since the beginning of May. This water makes its way through the system and down through the central Everglades. Although we had a bit of a late start to the wet season this year, we have been seeing increases in the volume of water being discharged to the park. So far, about 336,000 acre-feet. Of that 336,000, about 208,000 acre-feet here at the north through the S33s and the S12s. The remaining 128,000 acre-feet farther south here does have a direct inflow to the park, but is primarily seepage water that gets returned back into the detention cells on the eastern side of the park. Okay, next we will look at the STA flows. For water year 2022, which started in May of 2021, the flows into the STAs have been increasing. We are still in the wet season, so you do not yet see the secondary bars within the plot for water year 2022 that represents dry season numbers. But you can see that so far the STAs have had inflows of 550,000 acre feet that they have been treating and moving through the system. Moving on to groundwater, groundwater monitoring sites continue to be a mixed bag, with both the east and the west coast showing a mix of both increases and decreases in groundwater levels, reflecting the local variations in rainfall amounts. This slide provides an indication of current water levels in comparison with historical water levels and is something to continue to keep an eye on and monitor. Looking at the potential forecasts for the coming months, the Climate Prediction Center is showing equal chances of above normal, normal, or below normal rainfall through December. As we get further into the dry season, there's a stronger indication of below normal rainfall for January through March. Next, we will look a little shorter term at the forecast for the next week. Day 1 was actually yesterday and could be the wettest day of the week ahead. Today through Sunday, we are looking at below normal rain, and the next weather system that could bring some increased moisture over the district is a trough that moves towards the district early next week, and we could see the effects of that on Monday and Tuesday and into Wednesday as well. And that's indicated by day 6 and 7 here for Monday and Tuesday. For week 1, the forecast is for below normal rainfall, and for week 2, near normal to above normal. For my last 3 slides, we will take a look at the tropics. As we know from Hurricane Andrew, it only takes one storm to cause devastating damage. So far this year, the tropics have been very active. We are already up to M for named storms. We have been lucky so far this year, unlike Louisiana, which was just significantly impacted by Hurricane Ida, which made landfall on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. South Florida has had a couple of near misses, and hopefully it will stay that way. And this figure here shows all of the named storms so far to date, with the exception of Mindy, which just formed, and it's currently about right here and moving to the northeast. We do need to remain vigilant in monitoring the tropics, keeping in mind that mid-August to late October is the peak of the hurricane season. As you can see here, activity ramps up in August, or through August, peaks in September, starts to come down, has a second smaller peak in October before continuing to ramp down. Looking at current activity in the tropics, we have a system here that just became Mindy. It's this one right here. And it is crossing the panhandle and moving northeast and away from us. This is the system that influenced yesterday's rainfall. There is also Larry out here that is moving poleward towards Newfoundland and then Greenland and will not impact us. This wave shown here is expected to curve northward, well to the east, and no impact to us. We are approaching the time when climatologically activity from the Cape Verde storms tend to end, and our attention shifts to activity that forms closer to home, specifically the Western Caribbean. However, first, there are a couple of more waves moving off the coast of Africa that we will need to keep an eye on over the next couple of weeks through about the 3rd week of September. As I mentioned, this first one is going to turn north quickly and will be of no impact to us. These next 2 are a little more uncertain in what path they will take, so we will continue to monitor for any potential impacts. As of this morning, there is one new potential system in the Western Caribbean, about right here where my pointer is, that will move inland over northeast Mexico and is not expected to impact us, although moisture combined with an upper trough may have some influence on our rainfall. While I have this slide up on the tropics, if you would indulge me, I would like to take this opportunity to talk a little about what we do operationally when a storm is forecasted to affect our area. For Lake Okeechobee and the Central Everglades water conservation areas for that matter, the Army Corps of Engineers makes their decisions taking into consideration current water levels, current stage trend, current inflows, current releases, forecasted storm track, and the forecasted rainfall. This information gives them an idea of what to expect, and all feeds into their release decisions before, during, and after a storm. Note that for a tropical storm or hurricane, no lake releases would be occurring, as S77 and S308, along with the other HHD structures around the lake, are closed during the event itself. For us, the South Florida Water Management District, my staff in the Office of Operations are continually monitoring and making operational adjustments 24/7, 365 days a year to ensure the regional system is in the best possible position for the conditions at hand on any given day. This occurs for dry conditions as well as wet conditions and in preparation of significant rainfall or storm events. However, it is often the significant rainfall and storm events that get the most attention from others. When South Florida is in the cone of uncertainty, we take similar information into consideration as I described for the Army Corps of Engineers assessments. Current or antecedent conditions, current water levels and trends, any current areas of concern, the forecasted storm track, forecasted rainfall and the timing of that rainfall, and expected arrival time of tropical storm force winds. We also take into consideration the tides and storm surge potential, especially for the southernmost portions of the system. We use this information to then initiate pre-storm operations as appropriate. Pre-storm operations do not typically all start at the same time for all areas. Areas such as Miami-Dade County, where coastal discharges are most severely impacted by the tidal cycle, higher than normal high tides and storm surge, are often the first to transition to pre-storm operations. Other areas follow as appropriate as the storm approaches and for the storm forecast. The pre-storm operation that most folks are aware of is moving coastal structures to a lower operating range. However, there are other pre-storm operations as well. During this time, we also coordinate as needed with local drainage districts, municipalities, and counties that discharge into our system, including hosting an operations conditions phone call where we review forecast and system conditions. Another component of pre-storm decision-making is to determine what manual operations are needed in advance of the storm and when to implement those manual operations. We work closely with the field station to send our field station staff out to make these manual operations and also to test our key infrastructure for operational readiness, especially infrastructure that is not used on a daily basis. Depending on the storm and operational needs, this can start 72 or more hours prior to the storm arrival and continue up until just prior to the onset of winds. We always prepare and plan these manual operations such that our staff has time to return to safety prior to the onset of any tropical storm force winds. As the storm then enters our area, our system is as prepared as it can be, ready for the event, and then we continue to monitor and adjust as the storm continues to approach and move through our area. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will end and ask if there are any questions.
No, thanks very much, Ms. Kirkland. Are there any questions or comments? I have one on, I guess, WCA 3. Are we moving, I couldn't tell from the stoplight chart you had there, are we moving water into that or not? Because I know they're a little, I think you said they were a little low.
So Water Conservation Area 3 is a little low. I think Lawrence may get into that a little bit. The water that's being moved into Conservation Area 3 at the moment is primarily runoff that's moved through the stormwater treatment areas and then into the water conservation areas.
Okay. Do we need to be moving more water down there or not?
I'll probably let Lawrence
Okay.
get to that a little bit.
I'm just trying, I know they're a little dry, and it didn't look like if we're just looking at runoff, I'm wondering why, and is it, I'll let you, won't steal your thunder, Lawrence.
We do
I'll wait.
still have some wet season left. We're
Okay.
not out of the wet season yet.
Gotcha. Thanks.
My only comment is that all the areas are very close to schedule. But one storm, you can be upside down. But the rain god is working with us, it seems like.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Is there any other comments? Questions?
May I please say something? It's Jackie Thurlow, Lippish.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair Goss. Just since this has come up, I think it would be nice to have a direct conversation about what water is moving south, what water is not moving south, why more water is not moving south. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Any others? Great. Thanks, Ms. Kirkland. Appreciate
Thank
it. Mr. Glenn. I didn't mean to get ahead of you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here to give you this month's ecological conditions report. We're going to start up at the top of the system. Suzanne talked about the amount of discharge that we're releasing to the Kissimmee. It's 1,400 CFS roughly. That's the discharge that's needed for water to actually move from the river channel and laterally out onto the floodplain. So the whole purpose of the Kissimmee River Restoration Project was to relink the floodplain with the river channel, seasonally let it inundate, and that creates amazing habitat, really fosters the response, the positive response we're expecting to see there. So this is really good that we have this discharge rate coming down and inundating the floodplain, as you see. We are getting out of the woods where we had a dissolved oxygen crash. I've been talking about how when we have to, in the middle of the summer, based on where the regulation schedule was and the construction that was going on, we haven't been able to operate the system as it would operate naturally. We were keeping discharges very low, around 900, in order to facilitate the end of construction. So when that was done and we put a big surge of water down through the system, it caused a DO sag. As soon as we get to the regular operations, we'll have more seasonal, more ameliorated, easier discharges that are coming that won't cause this issue, but we're getting out of this neck of the woods. We're almost back up to 2 milligrams per liter, which gets us back into the good range. Looking at the depth maps for Lake Okeechobee, we can see we're about where we were last year, just a little bit higher. We're at 14.7. You're seeing the marsh is being well inundated. That's a great thing for this time of year because that's allowing production, prey production to go on for the upcoming wading bird nesting season. The bass fishery is having a very positive response right now, so having that marsh available for them is very beneficial as well. If we take a look at where we are, we've seen this year we've been up above the ecological envelope for the majority of the time. We're still up above it here. Notice here that we never went lower than about 12.5, and as I talk about the vegetation response, we're seeing this is going to be something critical that you're going to see why we need this envelope goes lower at, during this the beginning of the summer. So when we're looking at submerged aquatic vegetation, and I talked about a little bit about this last year, but we finished our monitoring. These are transects that go out from the edge of the marsh out into the deeper part of the water. So on this graph right here, deep is at the end of these transects, and the higher elevation is here along the marsh's edge. So they go out in an airboat. They get these grass rakes, they go over it, they try to see if there is vegetation there. So it's a presence-absence type of abundance metric. And what we're seeing is the majority of the SAV we're seeing is in this 10.5 foot range, and it ranges between about 9.5 and 11.5. With higher water levels, we've lost vegetation in this deeper area. It's because photosynthesis can't occur, and we're not seeing that. But if we look at a whole of these curves of where most of these data occur, 2021 is definitely, we've had a loss of SAV since last year due to those higher water levels. And if we come and we look at the maps, each of these grids is where we take a sample. If we find vegetation, it's green. If we don't find vegetation, it's red. So if we have a green site, then we move a little further out until we hit a red site. So you see this year we started, and there were times where we never hit a green site. So we never went further out because that's deeper and photosynthesis doesn't occur there. So we're seeing for this year an approximate 75% decline in total SAV coverage. So we're at about just around 10,000 acres. Our best was a couple of years ago, in the last couple of years at about 26. So we've seen that decline. What you're noticing here is the orange is vascular plants. So those are like coontail, pondweed. What we get an abundance of is this blue is non-vascular, is Cara. Cara makes up, at least half of the SAV that we have. It requires water depths of about 12 and below for it to start to grow and survive, and we never hit 12. So we didn't get down to 12. We were only up at 13, maybe 12 and a half, so that the Cara didn't have the opportunity to grow this year. Yes, ma'am.
Just quickly, can you explain to me once again the impact of the difference between these two? What does it mean to someone like me who
It
needs to be
doesn't
told
matter
again?
if it's a vascular plant or a non-vascular plant. That's just how the scientists are going to say, oh, this one has these characteristics, and this one is a macroalgae. It's not a real vascular plant. That doesn't matter. It's SAV. It's submerged aquatic vegetation. So a fish is going to see this is habitat, especially a young of the year bass is going to say, this is somewhere I can hide and not be eaten and survive.
So ultimately, what you're telling us that it has a negative impact on wading birds. It has a negative.
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling us?
So submerged aquatic vegetation really is great habitat for insects, for fish, because this is submerged in the water. So this is where they're going to live. So the fish are going to go in there to hide from predation, and they're going to go in there to eat the bugs that are within that area. This is also, SAV is very important for the uptake of phosphorus. So it's not there to do that, but that's what it does from an energy source. So it competes with blue-green algae for phosphorus. So there's a lot of benefit for having your SAV within a lake from just the nutrient cycling and for habitat for the different organisms that are going to use it. So when we see a decline in SAV, it's one of those early warning signs of we might not have as good of a year for a bass fishery recruitment because that habitat's not there to support it. So
I'm only asking because of all of the experience and the conversation about LOSUM. So we're talking about the lake is going to be held higher. So we will see this continue then if the lake levels are held at a higher rate, over 2.5 for
right,
more
and
than
it
a
depends
short
on,
period
you
of
can
time.
have a lake high, and if we go back to the schedule, you can be in a high level as long as you're getting that seasonal decline down to a level where SAV can regrow. So this is the envelope that says it has a high of 15.5 to 14.5 is the range where we say ecologically in January would be good. And as long as you're following this pattern and you're getting low, at least one in a couple of years for SAV to have that ability to grow from that standpoint, you're fine. It's when you have sustained high water levels that you can't get down to this low end that then becomes the ecological concern.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair? It's Jay Steinley.
Absolutely.
So, and Cheryl, I was going to say the same thing. So higher highs in terms of planning, but also lower lows. And it sounds like, Lawrence, that's the important component is that variability. But can you just, and I'm sorry if I missed it, a 75% reduction is a significant reduction. So I just want to make sure I understand that a little bit better. Can you show that chart again and maybe talk about, I think it showed, year by year. Is this of concern to you? If the percentage reduction is not of concern, is it just because it is so variable year to year? But the trend line is down.
That's a great segue into the animated part of this chart, and we go through and we'll say, let's take these data and let's dissect them a little bit. And you see in 2004, 2005, when we had several hurricanes come through, so we had almost complete loss followed by extreme drought. So vegetation had a very rough go. But because areas were opened up in the internal marsh, where we also sample, and were pretty much wiped clean of emergent vegetation, in the preceding years, we had remarkable response because SAV was able to go in and colonize those areas. So we're going to have cyclic events that are going to happen. We're going to have large losses, sometimes followed by very large response. So from where we are right now, it's not completely alarmist if in the next year or the next 2 years we have water levels that come down to allow that reestablishment of SAV again. It's the number of years in a row that you would not get to a lower level, and that's why in LOSUM there was talk about a recovery strategy. If you've had a couple of high years, have a couple of low years. If you need to manage to a low year and that's something that's allowable through a schedule, that would be good ecologically. Does that answer your question?
Well, it does sort of, and would you say that the 2009 to 2015 period, there were other variables other than the recession and recovery in 2007, other factors contributing to the high growth rate?
In our data, and I'll have to come back to you to that, but I'm going to speak just off the top of my head here, so it's a little suspect. But I was talking to Zach Welch about it yesterday, and when you have had a really good year like this, you can take, it's more resilient, and you can have conditions that aren't optimal, and it's going to keep going. But when we had several years of lower levels or higher water levels, that you get a reduction. And he said that we started seeing this reduction coming here as water levels were high, and then we got water levels low, and we had an increase. So there are other factors. And I can definitely take that to you offline to talk to you a little bit more about it when I get some better data behind me to speak more eloquently to it.
That'd be great. Thanks, Lawrence. And
Certainly.
this is a chart that will be interesting to track going forward, given the concern around lake levels in the new schedule and potential impact. Thanks.
You're very welcome. And to go back to Mrs. Mead's question about when I was speaking of what happens at higher water levels. So the real concern is when we get to 16 is the marsh is completely inundated and you start to have interaction between the pelagic zone and the marsh. And the pelagic zone has that legacy phosphorus. And so if that phosphorus starts to get into the marsh, it starts to change the mosaic of plants that are there. So how many years a row you're high, there's a lot of interactions that go on that can change the ecology of the marsh. So those are just one of the things, other constituents that you have to be thoughtful of.
Doesn't it have something to do with the duration of high water?
Certainly.
A 100-year act of God is 60 to 90 days. And then if it's man-made and it extends for a year of high water or not enough water, because wetlands are very sensitive to compatible water levels. So it has a lot to do with the time frame of high water.
Absolutely. The time frame and the season. So if you have very high water during the winter when it's very windy, you're going to have wave action that's going to start to rip and uproot plants.
Yeah.
Just how long it is there is going to cause some to die out and others to grow in. So, sometimes that's good to change the mosaic when water levels come back down, but you just don't want to have a monoculture of any one species out there because it doesn't create the best habitat. The more different types of vegetation you have, typically, the more different types of critters you can have. Just easily said.
They all tie together.
Yes, sir. This is probably the best looking blue-green algae bloom potential map that I've brought to you this summer. You'll notice that, as we moved from the summer of having some more of the pelagic area, this started to occur more along the littoral edge. And right now, with probably the rains that we've had and the cooling temperatures that we're seeing, we're starting to see we're getting towards the end of the blue-green algae season. And hopefully this continues. And looking at that, we had this up here is dissolved inorganic nitrogen. This is one of the favorite food sources of microcystis. And as that has declined, you saw in those last couple of slides where this is the pelagic zone where the blooms were really intensely increasing. That also has to do with decreased turbidity there, so it's clearer on the edge, and that's where the blue-green algae was able to grow. But if we look at our expanded monitoring of what we're seeing through the summer, since this month, we're seeing that microcystis is only comprising about 50% of the community, and the other side is a mixed community, which is good from a toxin concentration, because if you see this, there is not, this month, for this last sampling period, there is not a sample that is above 8, which is EPA's health warning. So that's looking really good as we move away from the blue-green algae season.
That's something you've been monitoring, or didn't you mention that to us last month and even the month before, that there's other algae out there and they may be competing?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And that's really what we're looking at, is the relationship of how much dissolved inorganic nitrogen is available, because that's what microcystis prefers, because it can't fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. And once the DIN starts decreasing, the other ones start to compete, because microcystis doesn't have as much of its food source, and the other can get nitrogen from the atmosphere.
Interesting. Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir. Going into the St. Lucie and looking at conditions here, you'll notice for the summer, there have been no blue areas here, which is releases from the lake. So we have pretty significant inflows at 2,500 CFS, but that is all from the basin that feeds the St. Lucie. And looking at the salinity gradient, you'll see that it's pretty fresh in the forks. It gets more estuarine conditions as we get into the mid-estuary. But even with that, conditions are in the fair range for adult oysters currently. And we're seeing a concurrent, as you're looking at spat and spat survival, this is salinity, and as salinity has kind of plummeted here and out of the good range, we're seeing much lower successful recruitment of spat. Because the spat they can't tolerate fresh water the way the adults can. Adults can close up and wait for a couple of weeks, and then open back up, whereas the young are much more susceptible to fresh water. They need a more salt.
Is there a single spawning season, or is this?
It's bimodal,
Okay,
and it is. It's bimodal, so we might be in a lull, and it changes from both sides are a little different in how they respond and behave. So this side tends to be a more typical peak like this. The other side, your side, can tend to be a little more bimodal, but they do have a bimodal reproductive season. So we're seeing that and we only do the counts for adults less frequently, but we're seeing the adults are doing better. Going over to the Caloosahatchee side, again, you'll see there is no releases from the lake currently. All of the water is coming from this very large C43 and tidal basin, so we have almost 3,300 CFS coming through. And that has made the freshwater portion, which usually stops around here in a typical season, has pushed pretty far down. And we're seeing that there's been a good response on this side to what's going on with reproduction, and that both at Shell Point or Bird Island and Iota Cove, we're seeing really good recruitment in spat. So this side just behaves a little bit differently than the other side does. And looking at adults, we're also seeing that upward trend in adult live oysters. Coming into the stormwater treatment areas, Suzanne talked about this year to date in the water year that we have 550,000 acre feet that have been processed by the stormwater treatment areas. Remember, last year was Banner. It was over 1 million acre feet. I think it's 1.6. So far, the total is from the lake is about 11% or 61,000 acres. During the wet season, I just want to remind you that during the wet season, the STAs are really they're designed to take runoff. And it's during the dry season is when that availability for lake water is higher. Because right now they're just dealing with what do I have from runoff from the land that I have to process before we push that water down to the STA. So they're functioning as designed right now. We haven't had to have any water that hasn't gone through the STAs to be diverted to the Everglades. So the STAs are functioning very well. But as we go through in a STA by STA condition, I want to remind you that we are doing a lot of work right now with restoration strategies and a lot of work on rehabilitating our vegetation so that when we need to meet QBEL, the STAs are going to be ready. So there's a lot of voiced concern out there of what are you doing with moving water south? Well, we're trying to get our STAs available to treat water and have it meet QBEL, so that we're doing that on the forefront now so that when that happens, 2025, we're ready. So as we go through and we look at each STA, you can see here the western flowway of this STA currently is offline because of all the construction work. We're filling doing the regrading of these STAs so they're at the right level so the vegetation can grow. You come down to STA 1 West, we're not putting any water in. Some water is coming out. That's just because as it takes time for water to flow through. We were putting water through last month. So we have construction going on in all of these cells as we're getting STA 1 West ready to be more efficient to meet QBEL. STA 2, the Flowway 1 is online. There's construction going on in 2. We're doing vegetation rehab and all of these flowways, and this one is online. So as we talk about, with this flowway being, or let's go back to STA 1 West. With this one being offline mostly, we're putting all of that water through STA 1 East. And then we don't have half of that STA. So these two flowways are taking that large volume of water. It's just, we're still able to do this, but I just want you to know that as we're doing this and during construction, that we're pushing a lot of water through our STAs. And when we get to the dry season, that's an opportunity for that vegetation to rest a bit and for us to get in to do even further vegetation rehab work.
So we're doing that now, and we're still able to hit the outflow concentrations we need?
We're doing well.
That's
yes,
great.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Do you have the volume of water that's coming, the inflows that are not going through the STAs? For instance, the C11, S9 pumps into the Central Everglades.
Correct.
And then you have another inflow through the interceptor.
Yeah, and Suzanne, do you know those volumes?
We do keep those volumes,
Yes.
so we can't get them to you.
Yeah, because, there's more water moving south than just what's coming through the STAs. So
Certainly.
it'd be nice to kind of know what those volumes are so we know the total water moving south to Florida Bay.
Absolutely, and that's a really good point because what he's talking about is the seepage collection that we have on the side of the C111 is designed to capture that fresh water and not let it go further, but bring it back into the Central Everglades. So you have water that's not only coming from the top of the system, but you have water that's trying to move out of the system, but is brought back in. So it's kind of a savings. We're not losing that, but it adds more water into the system, and you're exactly correct.
Yeah, it adds quite a bit more water on the west side and the east side. So in the future, can we have those kind of
Certainly.
calculations?
Certainly.
Okay.
I have a question. Lawrence, and this may not be in your lane, but because it's a management, water management question going into the STAs. Do we have a way to test the water that's approaching the STAs and then discriminate between whether the dirtiest water goes into the STA and the cleaner water, let's say that is of a higher standard, can bypass the STA so that we're not just sending everything through the STA?
Yeah, we are required to treat water before it comes, before it goes into the Everglades. So the STAs are designed to take all of that outflow. If we get into emergency deviation, then we'll talk to FDEP about how do we do a bypass of the STAs. But by law, we are supposed to treat, and I'll let
There
you-
isn't any water that would come through that would be safe to put in the Everglades without cleaning.
Okay, so it's all dirty water?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that the water, in the C11, that you're below 20 parts per billion.
Like at the C9 where you just talked about, that yearly average right now is 10, and the monthly average is 7. So, it's pretty decent water.
Yeah. Do we know what the numbers are coming in from the interceptor?
We have those data. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I was just talking about C9 yesterday, and I happened to have those rattling around up there today.
In the future, if we can have those numbers, I think it would show you how much water really is moving south.
Mr. Bergeron, Sue Lynn just pulled them for us.
Yes, so for the C11 and the S9, S9A combined, it's about 92,000 acre feet since the beginning of May. And on the west, on the interceptor side, about 41.8 thousand acre feet since the beginning of May.
I got you. Okay. That's
Great.
another 140,000 acre feet moving south.
And looking at STA 3.4, I've told you about the collapse of this cell. That's where the cell pretty much released and had a floating tussock, so we've dewatered it, and we're getting the vegetation rehabbed, so it'll be ready hopefully next wet season in order to take water. And then going down into 5.6, we have Flowway 1 is online. We have some construction going on in 2 and 3 just to get those graded, and we're online in the remaining cells, and they're doing their job. I'm looking at snail cut, yes.
So I wanted to make sure that we, Ms. Lippish's discussion was had. Can you go back up to all the STA slide and the depth? So during the rainy season, basically the CNSF system really was set up to provide flood control, right? And so in the EAA, which is agriculture plus Belglade and Pahokee and all these other cities are in there. It's all these central canals that we use to provide that flood control. And in the rainy season, before we had STAs, the flood control was basically pumping it to the Everglades or back to the lake. The flood control mission of the CNSF system hasn't changed since it was authorized, way back when. So that mission and responsibility still exists. And so as time, elapsed, obviously the concerns of pumping the water to the lake and to the Everglades came to light. And that resulted in us trying to take that flood control purpose and send it through STAs so we could send it in a beneficial way where it was needed into the STA, into the Everglades. And so when you look at what STAs are used that are potentially available for contributing to removing lake water and moving lake water south, it's really 2 and 3.4. And so right now with the flood control purpose throughout the rainy season that we've experienced this year, you can see 2 and 3.4, the levels there are high. And so the capacity in 2 and 3.4 as the rainy season continues is being managed to try to protect that vegetation. So when we're providing that flood control purpose for the area that 2 and 3.4 serve, we have that capacity because it's still going to rain. We're not out of the rainy season yet. Once we get out of the rainy season, and then some rainy seasons don't rain that much, and so we can use the STAs to move lake water more easily. But in this situation, this is where we stand right now. And given that there's really not a threat of lake dischargers as we see it right now, we are preserving that tentative capacity because it's only a few flowways, and they're already high. And so we're trying to reserve those STAs to make sure that water that rains in the EAA can get treated and sent where it needs to go. So that's kind of the dialogue and question that Ms. Thurlippish was getting at is, how are we making these decisions right now? And it's really wet season flood control mode that's sort of at the root of, our mission, which is to treat that water before it goes to, someplace. So that's kind of the root of it.
So really, 90% of the water moving south is coming out of the EAA, coming inflows from the S9, C11, and inflows from the interceptor. And when you add that all together, it's about 700,000 acre feet.
Correct.
That's moving south.
Yes, sir.
And only about 10% of that is from the lake.
Correct. Year to date.
Yeah.
Thanks. Lawrence, I got one comment.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. You're fine. You can go to the last one or go to the snail kite slide. Either way. I really like those slides because I like the way you break up the STAs and show us how they're all doing. And what I think everyone needs to realize, and what I always have to remind myself, is that these things are works in progress, and every single one of them is a guinea pig. We haven't done this before, and we're sort of hopefully learning as we go along. So I guess my question for you is as we look at some of the floating tussock example you just gave, are we designing it in a way that that's not going to happen again, or if we have lessons learned so that's not going to happen again? So as we go forward, these things are going to be able to work even harder for us.
Correct. And there's the construction aspect of restoration strategies, and there's also a science side of restoration strategies. And in restoration strategies from the science side, there are either 12 or 13 different studies that have been either done or will be completed within the next few years of looking at how can we maximize our understanding of the science of how these work. And in one of these studies, it's a floating tussock study. They're trying to figure out what are the conditions, operations, along with what the substrate type is, along with duration, along with how we're operating these, what causes tussock formation to happen. So yes, we're doing science in there, trying to look at and understand best how to operate these and how to do all those efficiencies occur with uptake. So we're trying to maximize that. So we are working on that, your scientist here at the district, trying to best understand how vegetation works in the STAs, and then how that is compatible with our operations. You're welcome.
Thank you. It's Jackie Thurlow-Lippish, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Goss. Just backing up a little bit, and also thank you to Executive Director Drew Bartlett for explaining in the way you did that chart. I have to say, perhaps it should be understood, but it was not to me that there is a different type of perhaps operations for the STAs during the wet season flood control that you mentioned. And I believe 2, 3, and 4 STA. And, I think it would help all of us, myself in particularly, to have an open, I'm not saying we're not being transparent, because I know that the district is doing everything it can to be that way. But I think what happens sometimes is it's like a person, like, for instance, if you're a doctor, you might just assume that your patient understands all these things when you're talking to your patient. But the really good doctor is able to speak to the patient in a way that the patient can understand the decisions that he or she is making, the background, the quote unquote operations, the process. So like if there was something written out for the general process of the STAs for the year, I think that would be very helpful for all of us. And Mr. Glenn, going back to when you were describing the chart, you said runoff, that the STAs are designed for runoff. And I wondered if that meant EAA runoff. And, you know, to me, runoff, I mean, it has a lot of definitions, but it's usually implied to be more natural, I think. But maybe that's wrong. But what does runoff mean to you, and why don't you use the words EAA? Because it is from the EAA, and these STAs are also part of the EAA. It's just like the BMPs. It's the whole thing that we had the conversation with the triangle. You know, how far did the BMPs get you? And then you need these projects to take you the rest of the way. The incredible thing that's happening here, as we learned last meeting, is that the EAA, along with University of Florida and the South Florida Water Management District, I think had a 59% improvement last year. I mean, it is remarkable. So I had asked before, if that is higher, does that give us more room in the STAs for Lake Okeechobee water, which is not as clean? And also, I really don't think it's helpful to just rush through the idea of a Q bell. If I were your patient, I would want to know what a Q bell was. What is a Q bell? Why you say we're preparing for a Q bell? Can you remind us all what that means and tell us that story? Why are we acting differently now than we did before? And why didn't we act differently before than we are now? How come we're just starting to work on it now? Or am I a little out of my lane? Thank you so much.
So I'd like to talk to that, because I think we do need to talk about the Q bell more and more. And the Q bell is basically the limit of phosphorus that our STAs can discharge, which we start measuring in 2025. Now, obviously, there's a lot of history that leads up to 2025, starting with the conclusion, I would say, of the Judge Gold case, which resulted in our permits that have the construction schedule that lead us up to needing to measure phosphorus concentrations and comply with a number starting in 2025. Since, when was it, over the last 8 to 10 years, the district has been pulling a lot more lake water through the STAs with really the thought process of, let's not destroy the STAs, let's make sure the plants are healthy, let's do what we can to treat basin water in the EAA, to treat water from western Palm Beach County, to treat water from the C-139 basin without having to close down STA cells like we had to do in 3-4 this past year. And that is a management decision that we make, is let's pull as much water as we can without hurting the plants. Starting in 2025, there'll be a whole new variable that we have to think about, is protecting the plants and meeting a phosphorus concentration coming out of the end of the STA. That's not something we're actually having to deal with right now. We're having to prepare for it. But once we have to meet at number coming out of the STAs, the complexity of the decisions on when we can move water, where, what STA is available, what flowways are available, is going to go way up. And so that date will come, and we need to be prepared to do the best we can to meet that number. And so part of it is building out expanded STAs and flow equalization basins. But the other part is what we're doing inside the STAs to take out unnecessary berms, to get the STAs leveled right. And this I would put in the category of resiliency. You know, we need every flowway and every STA to be as resilient as possible so that the plants have the best chance possible to form, grow, and maintain themselves with the energy dissipators and everything. And the more we make them resilient, like we could just build restoration strategies, that'll treat the basin water, that'll treat EAA, but it doesn't give us the best capacity possible. So that's why we're doing all the enhancements and other stuff within the STAs to make them more resilient flowway by flowway. So it gives us a better opportunity to treat whatever water we can treat, but also meet that number that currently we don't have to meet. But in 2025, we have to start meeting that. And so we have to absolutely do everything we can to prepare for that date to arrive, because when it does, our decision criteria is going to be much more complex, because that's a regulatory number that's applied to us. So it's a good conversation to have, but that's sort of the history and the lead up to where we'll find ourselves when that that acronym that's an unfortunate acronym, QBEL, will descend upon us.
Thanks, Drew.
Great. Looking at snail kite nesting activity through August, you see some really large numbers here. It's been a good nesting year. And the STAs, particularly Lake Hicpochee, C44, and the A1 FEB, have 276 nests this year, which is pretty impressive. Lake Okeechobee has had a lot of nests, and you'll see that in particular, snail kites aren't the most successful nesters because these are the number of failures versus the number of successful nests, but it's been a very good and productive nesting year for the snail kite. Looking at salinities within Biscayne Bay at the two sites here that we're looking at salinity levels, you have that relationship where this is inflow and this is salinity. So with inflow, we have a decrease in salinity. And we see with the rain events that have happened in the last month that we're having this decrease in salinity. You may have seen in the news that over the weekend there was another fish kill up in the northern part of the bay. It was rather small compared to the last one. This was just hundreds of fish rather than thousands of fish. What scientists are finding is that over the period of September 1 through September 3 is we had a decline in dissolved oxygen as in kind of parallel an increase in salinity, and you get stratification. So the fresh water that comes out likes to sit over the top of the salt water, and that causes changes in where dissolved oxygen can be in the water. So there you see a lot of fish up at the surface trying to get where the surface water with air can mix. And you add into that days of high temperature and no wind, so there's no subsequent mixing to break up that stratification, and that's conditions that are ripe for fish kill, but it was very small comparatively. We haven't seen a subsequent bloom of algae that followed the fish kill last year, so that's a good thing. But FIU, UM, and Miami-Dade Derm are doing a lot of work in there to follow this, to track it as we move forward. Looking at the Everglades water depth maps, you'll see that the majority of the water conservation areas and Everglades National Park are nicely inundated. This is my area of concern. This is the top of Water Conservation Area 3, and just because of the topographic difference between here to here, it's hard to keep this area hydrated. Even in a normal year, it does get drier than the bottom part. The concern here is the loss of peat and peat soils. So in Water Conservation Area 1, you have peat depths of like 10 to 16 feet. That's probably the deepest peat that's still left in the Everglades. You come down into the central, it's still 8 feet deep. Up here, it's about 1 foot deep. So that's why when I come to you and I say I'm concerned, it's because once you lose peat, it's gone. And that took thousands of years to form through the growth and death of plants. So this is an area that we like to see hydrated, but we do have water coming through here from the STAs, and we're not done with the wet season yet. So I'm not going to be alarmist, but that is also where the Alley North colony, which is the largest wading bird colony in all of the Everglades, is located here. So if this area does tend to dry out, that prey base that's available for them to forage on, we could potentially see Alley North not being productive like it was this last year. But last year, remember, we had an absolute banner year in wading bird nesting and success. Over 80,000 nests, lots of fledging happening. So from an ecological standpoint, when you're looking at reproductive success and how that goes with community dynamics, you have a great year. If you had a not so great year the next year, it's not bad. As long as you have one of these great years every 2 to 3 years, depending on the lifespan of the bird, you're okay. So I'm not completely concerned about this, but I would like to see it a little wetter, but we're not out of the wet season yet.
I just need some clarification. So it's just below the EAA, which is surprising to me that it's not wet because they move water, and their water then goes into these canal systems and just bypasses this area completely, or?
No, water's going to come through, but because this area is lower in elevation, so you're putting water in.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. The last slide for today is looking at salinity within Florida Bay. And here, this is the interquartile range in which we like to have our salinity, and we see within the Eastern Bay and the Central Bay, we're doing really well. It's decreasing as this band gets wider. You want it to be lower if possible. In the Western Bay is the area where we haven't had as much rainfall as the Central, so you see we're a little bit higher, but we're still in the blue. I came to you last month and talked about Ida was coming through, and was that going to cause issues in this part of the bay where we had seagrass die-off and where seagrass response was a little bit slow, and we were worried about turbidity. We didn't see that. Turbidity did increase, but it fell out pretty rapidly. So Ida didn't really have a huge impact on the seagrass response we're hoping to see here in the Western Bay. So with that, I thank you very much, and we'll take any questions you might have.
I got one question for you, Lawrence. Going back on Chauncey's question earlier about what we've learned and how we're redoing some of these STAs and as we move forward on the new ones. I know that there's a number of the STAs that specifically we've been working on the slope of the terrain and the actual grading of it.
Correct.
Now, and I think 5 and 6 specifically was one that was really bad, but we've worked on some other ones. But my question is that sloping issue, is that something that was done incorrectly originally when we first did those STAs, or are we now correcting the specs on some of these STAs?
That's an excellent question. And you have to remember, when we constructed these STAs, they hadn't been constructed on this scale before, anything like this. So we have actually learned what works within an STA, what doesn't work with an STA. So as we move to build STAs now, we realize you don't want to have deep pockets in the beginning of an STA. We were just, not that they weren't studied heavily, but it was a learning process as we've gone through and operated these, and we found that if you have a better slope within the STA, if you have nice, not ridges in areas that you're gonna have the best vegetation growth.
Is there a specific slope that you look for?
There is, and I couldn't give that to you off the top of my head, but there are really bright scientists here that can. But yes, they're looking for, how can we, the STA is designed to sheet flow water through. The longer time water has to contact plants, contact the soil, you're going to have phosphorus uptake. When you're pushing water really fast through the STAs, that is lessened. So you're looking for a slope that allows for water to move, but at a rate that you can maximize the phosphorus uptake from the plants and from the soils. So you don't want it to be great. Yes, sir.
Mr. Martinez, so you asked what changed possibly, and so One East is a great example, because One East was a cooperative project with us and the Corps of Engineers, and it was designed and built to achieve a 50 parts per billion phosphorus outflow concentration. So the leveling of the cells wasn't near as critical, because you didn't have to get down to a 13 parts per billion of phosphorus. So as we adopted restoration strategies, the northwest corners, those cells, didn't have the right level to grow the right plants to try to achieve that 13. It achieved the 50. So there was an evolution through setting water quality standards, through consent decrees, all those kind of things, to then result in, okay, now we need to achieve a 13. Let's figure out how to retrofit these things to get the gradient right so we can grow the right plants and achieve that lower phosphorus number.
And Drew, just curiosity, you mentioned when we were talking about the Q-Bill, and you mentioned the Judge Gold case. Now, is the Q-Bill attached to the Judge Gold's case, or is it part of Judge Moreno's consent decree?
There is an interrelation, it's intertwined, but the most direct outcome, and Carolyn, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is, Judge Gold was not satisfied until the permits were issued that had the consent orders associated with those permits to achieve the Q-Bill at 13. So that permitting construct that included the Q-Bill was really what ultimately was crafted to satisfy Judge Gold in the many numerous court proceedings. And that's about simply, that's like years of litigation and all kinds of motions into 3 sentences.
I have one other question.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just jump in real quickly. The result of the restoration strategies framework to essentially end the litigation before Judge Gold resulted in our STAs having Everglades Forever Act permits and NPDES permits to operate them. So they're treated like a facility, almost like, quite frankly, I mean, industrial wastewater facilities have NPDES permits. Since they were works in progress that were dependent on projects yet to be completed, all the STAs, the FEBs that comprise restoration strategies, we have consent orders with the Department of Environmental Protection that they're overseen by EPA. The program is delegated from EPA. So we actually have consent orders where we are obligated within these certain timeframes to build those projects to meet the standard, the QBEL you've been talking about in 2025 and beyond. So that's what we're working towards. And as Drew points out, there's a lot of moving parts, but most importantly, getting those projects built and ultimately meeting that QBEL is what is going to allow us to continue to comply with water quality standards in the Everglades. Right? So that's the relationship with the consent decree that remains active, I should say. I mean, it's still in existence anyway. The litigation over the years has ebbed and flowed depending on where we are, and we've been in a relatively quiet period because we're focused on building these projects. And so that's what Restoration Strategies really achieved, was getting my folks out of the mix so that Jen Reynolds' folks can do their job.
Mr. Bergeron.
I think it's important that we see the total amount of inflows that are coming south on our reports, if that's possible, and the quality of water of these inflows that are really not going through pretreatment areas. From what I've seen, the quality of water in the C11 is below 20, you said below 9 or something?
Correct.
That's a really good sign. But, you know, you had an average of 1,500,000 acre feet and an average rain year up to 2 million acre feet in a heavy rain year that is the compatible flows of water that went to Florida Bay. In order to calculate how much water is going to come from the lake, along with the EAA, along with all the other discharges into the system, we'll be able to see how much water eventually is going to be coming out of the lake.
Yeah.
Along with all the water that's coming into the system, because in Broward County, at 100th Avenue, you have a dividing line, and everything west of that, 90% of the time goes into the Everglades to the west. So once we can see these total volumes of what's moving south, I think it's good information to match the inflows with the outflows into the future and as we move water south.
So, Mr. Bergeron, those numbers are contained in John Mitnick's Sue Lynn's presentation. It's the map with all the arrows. And so
okay,
it's there, it's in the material, so you'll be able to see it.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyone else? Great. Thanks very much, Mr. Glenn, and enjoy the rest of your birthday.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Shouldn't we sing? I'm kidding.
Go ahead. We'll move to our first discussion item, and Ms. Demonstranti.
Okay, good morning. My name is Nancy Demonstrani, and I am the Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan Manager. This morning, I will be providing a high-level overview of the draft 5-year update to the Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan. We posted the draft documents on our website last month for public review and comment. This presentation is for informational purposes, and no governing board approval is required at this time. I will be back in November following the public comment period for consideration of your approval. We don't start from scratch on these plan updates. Instead, we build on the work that has been done previously in the other plans. Water supply plans were initiated in the 90s, and regular updates are done every 5 years since. The last update for the Upper East Coast was completed in 2016. So why do we need water supply planning? In the late 80s, the district was experiencing increasing population growth and increasing water demands. There were restrictions placed on traditional sources of water, and competition for water was occurring. To be proactive, the district undertook water supply planning in the early 90s for the district to identify strategies and projects in order to meet these growing demands. Fast forward 7 years, the state was experiencing a population boom, and 80% of that population was concentrated in coastal areas. So where was the water going to come from? Development of freshwater sources was being maximized in many areas and over-allocated on the West Coast. Based on these hydrologic and demographic factors and recognizing the importance of avoiding regional and statewide water wars, created the need for improved management of Florida's water resources. So the legislature passed the 1997 Water Resources Act. For the first time, the state's water policy focused on the development of water resources and water supply rather than merely allocating water amongst users. Among others, this act contained a requirement for water supply planning where sources of water are not adequate for the 20-year planning period to supply water for all existing and projected reasonable beneficial uses and to sustain the water resources and related natural systems. Water supply planning requirements incorporated many aspects from the district's earlier planning process. Florida is unique and one of the few states that conducts this comprehensive analysis of our water needs and proactively identifies strategies and projects to meet those needs. Now I'm going to cover what a water supply plan does and does not do. Simply speaking, a water supply plan is a proactive level approach toward water supply. We know there will be increased needs for water in the future and potential shortfalls. Water supply plans provide a roadmap to let us get ahead of those demands by identifying sources, strategies, and projects needed to meet those demands while still meeting the needs of our natural systems. A water supply plan does not authorize consumptive use permits, address surface water quality issues, or require water users to implement specific projects to meet their future demands. It also does not establish minimum flows and minimum water levels, or more commonly known as MFLs, or adopt rules. Although the plan does not establish MFLs, which are adopted by rule, the MFL prevention and recovery strategies are included in water supply plans. The district has been divided into 5 planning areas, as indicated on the map, basically around drainage basins. The development of plans for every region is staggered since staff works on each and every one. The dates on the map represent the next update for when that region is due. The Upper East Coast, as shown in purple on the map, includes all of Martin and St. Lucie counties and the northeastern portion of Okeechobee County. As you can see also on the graphic, Lake Okeechobee touches 4 of our planning areas. However, Lake Okeechobee is formally included and discussed in the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan, which will be updated in 2023. Legislation was passed in the late 1990s requiring water supply plans to have these elements listed on the screen, such as demand estimates and projections for a 20-year planning period, evaluation of water source options, resource analysis, and identification of issues. In addition, water supply plans must include water resource development and water supply development projects. The planning horizon for this Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan update is 2019 through 2045. To ensure the plan reflects the needs of the planning area, public involvement is critical to our planning process. We look for every opportunity to solicit input. As indicated here, there's a variety of forums we use to solicit input, such as governing board meetings, stakeholder meetings, and one-on-one meetings. To date, we have held 2 stakeholder meetings and 1 technical methods workshop. In addition, we've held several one-on-one meetings with public supply utilities, agricultural interests, and local governments. The draft document was posted on August 25th, and comments are due by October 1st. The boundaries of the Upper East Coast planning area generally reflect the drainage basins of the C-23, the C-24, C-25, and C-44 canals. The Upper East Coast is a rapidly growing population and with some decline to agriculture, which I will cover later in other slides. Agricultural production in the Upper East Coast area is of regional significance with more than 107,000 acres under irrigation, with citrus and sugarcane being the 2 dominant crops. Some natural and water resources in the Upper East Coast are the St. Lucie River and Estuary, the Indian River Lagoon, and the North Fork of the Loxahatchee River. As part of the planning process, we identify resource considerations and address those considerations through the review of data and analysis. In the Upper East Coast, withdrawals from the superficial aquifer system are limited by resource constraints such as wetlands, saltwater intrusion, and low aquifer productivity. Surface water withdrawals are limited by regulatory limitations such as restricted allocation areas, which limit the increased use of surface water in the region. With the increased dependence on the Floridan aquifer system, the long-term sustainability of the Floridan aquifer system is also an important consideration. This was addressed with updates to the East Coast Floridan model and a separate technical methods workshop, which was held in July and provided the modeling results. There are several resource protection criteria in the Upper East Coast planning region. Minimum flows and minimum water levels are flows or water levels at which the water resources or the ecology of the area would experience significant harm from further withdrawals. The St. Lucie Estuary, as shown in green on the map, is the only MFL water body to be located entirely in the Upper East Coast planning area. The other 2 that are grayed out on the screen are only partially located in the Upper East Coast, but are fully described in the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan. A water reservation sets aside a volume of water for the protection of fish and wildlife or public health and safety. Reserve volumes of water are unavailable for allocation for consumptive use. The North Fork of the St. Lucie River, as shown in purple on the map, is the only water body in the Upper East Coast with a reservation for the Indian River Lagoon South project. And then finally, restricted allocation areas. The criteria is established by rule for specific sources where there are water resource limitations. In the Upper East Coast planning area, fresh groundwater and surface water are the most widely used sources, but resource limitations require development of alternatives. Expansion of reclaimed water systems and the increased use of brackish water from the Floridan aquifer system are expected to meet projected demands. Although conservation is not a water source, implementation of conservation programs will extend the supply of traditional sources. The draft conclusion of the plan is that a combination of traditional and alternative sources, such as brackish groundwater from the Floridan aquifer system, will be able to meet existing and projected needs. One way to reduce the need for new sources of water is to reduce the demand for the water we're already using. This is done through conservation and is a consideration for all water use types. A majority of the agricultural area is enrolled in best management practices. Because the costs associated with moving water affect profitability, many of these systems are as efficient as practical. One mobile irrigation lab in St. Lucie County, which serves Martin, St. Lucie, and Okeechobee counties, and is operated by FDEX, assists farmers in improving the efficiency of their irrigation systems. Public water suppliers use multiple indoor and outdoor programs like plumbing fixture retrofits, irrigation ordinance, as the ones shown on the right hand of the screen, and system audits, as well as educational programs. From 2000 to 2019, the per capita finished water consumption has declined from 167 to 130 gallons per person per day, which is a 22% decrease. Through this planning effort, we have identified 12 million gallons per day of potential savings through conservation. 6 million gallons per day of conservation can be achieved by urban uses such as public supply, domestic self-supply, and landscape recreation. And another 6 million gallons per day can be achieved through agriculture. Groundwater is a major part of the water supply in this region. As shown on the screen, the two main aquifer systems are the superficial aquifer system and the Floridan aquifer system. The superficial aquifer system is widely used, fresh, and recharged locally by rainfall, but is not as productive as the Floridan aquifer system. The Floridan aquifer system contains brackish water throughout the planning area, is under artesian conditions, which means it flows naturally at land surface. The water quality of the Floridan aquifer also tends to degrade from north to south and with depth. The Floridan aquifer system is recharged in central Florida and north, but not locally. Numerous data sources were used as part of the resource evaluation effort, such as water use, permit information, and groundwater modeling scenarios. The East Coast Superficial Model, which has the ability to evaluate drawdowns and water quality changes such as total dissolved solids, and sea level rise in the superficial aquifer system, is under development and will be ready for use for the next 5-year update. The model domain is shown in blue and includes all of the Upper East Coast and Lower East Coast planning areas. The East Coast Florida model, which is outlined in yellow on the map, evaluates water levels and water quality changes in the Floridan aquifer system, was updated with additional geologic data and increased demands of approximately 20 million gallons per day. These modeled results are provided in the planning documents. As I stated earlier, the Floridan aquifer system is becoming a significant source for public supply utilities. The map on the left shows the 8 utilities in the Upper East Coast that utilize reverse osmosis to treat brackish groundwater from the Floridan aquifer system. The graph on the right shows how utilities use both the superficial aquifer system, which is shown in gray, and the Floridan aquifer system, which is shown in dark blue. From 2000 to 2019, you can see the increased use of the Floridan aquifer system as an alternative water supply, while the superficial aquifer system use has remained about the same. As I indicated earlier, groundwater from the Floridan aquifer system and the superficial aquifer system are major sources of water in the Upper East Coast. These maps show the distribution of permitted groundwater wells in the superficial aquifer system and Floridan aquifer system by use type. The map on the left shows the permitted superficial aquifer system well distribution by use type, and the map on the right shows the permitted Floridan aquifer system well distribution by use type. As you will notice, the superficial aquifer system is used mainly along the coast by public supply and landscape recreational uses such as golf course. And the Floridan aquifer system is used mainly inland by agriculture and public supply utilities. Another alternative source used in the Upper East Coast is reclaimed water, which is an integral part of water supply in planning regions. About 36% of wastewater treated was reused in 2019. According to the Department of Environmental Protection's 2019 reuse inventory, almost 9 million gallons per day was reused in the planning area. This is about 16 million gallons per day of potentially reusable water that is being disposed of via deep well injection. We anticipate increased use of the reclaimed water in the region as wastewater treatment plants have been constructed with sufficient capacity, but the distribution lines have not yet been constructed. The two maps on the left show the locations of the wastewater facilities and associated reclaimed distribution lines in Martin and St. Lucie counties. Using data from the University of Florida Bureau of Economic and Business Research, also known more commonly as BEBR, the population in the Upper East Coast is projected to grow approximately 47% from 468,000 residents in 2019 to approximately 686,000 residents in 2045. Nearly 2/3 of the Upper East Coast population resides in St. Lucie County, while Martin County accounts for approximately 1/3, and this trend is expected to continue. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services indicates the irrigated agricultural acreage is projected to decrease 26% from 2019 to 2045, from approximately 107,000 acres to 79,000 acres in 2045. Agriculture accounts for 60% of the total water demand in 2019 and falls to 46% in 2045, with decreases in irrigated acreage. The largest crop is citrus. The largest crops are still citrus and sugarcane. As a result, the overall gross water demands are projected to decrease by about 3% from 2019 to 2045, from 291 million gallons per day to 281 million gallons per day in 2045. This is not typical for a water use supply plan to have a decrease in gross demand projections when the population is increasing. However, these are due to the decreases in agricultural acreage and demands, which is due to citrus disease and the conversion to residential developments. In conclusion, it was determined that all the water needs of the region can be met through 2045 with appropriate conservation, management, and implementation of projects. These projects include the construction of water supply projects by one public supply utility and the implementation of SERP Indian River Lagoon South project and other ecosystem restoration projects. The future direction of the plan is to continue implementation of monitoring and conservation programs, as well as alternative water supply development projects and SERP construction. The East Coast surficial model will be used to evaluate the effects of climate change and sea level rise. The district will continue to evaluate and monitor sea level rise and climate change and coordinate with local governments and other entities on future adaptation measures. Finally, the coordination with utilities and local governments on their water supply elements will continue. This includes coordinating with utilities on the long-term management of the Florida Aquifer System, which is anticipated to be used more in the future. We have posted the draft documents and held our last stakeholder meeting. The public comment period ends on October 1st. After that, we will incorporate comments into the plan as appropriate and come back to the governing board in November for consideration of your approval. Before I go to questions, I would like to thank Mrs. Thurlow-Lippisch for her active participation in this process. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, thanks very much. That was a great presentation. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yeah, Colonel Roman?
Hello, sir. I have a comment, please.
Just a second.
It's
We've
Jack-
got, Jackie,
Thank
we
you.
got Charlotte in front of you, and then you'll go.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for your presentation. I have a couple questions. You mentioned that agricultural land is going to decrease in this area, but yet demand is going to go down. What do you project that happens to that agricultural land? Would it not be developed, and would there not be increased demand? How do you reconcile that?
As I said in there, most of what we're anticipating, at least for this 5-year update, is that the agricultural lands will be converted maybe to residential developments, that it's possible they could be replanted with other crops. But these projections are the current projections are showing that it is a decrease.
So that's one of the things that I question in the report, and I know you probably use source data for that projection, because I thought I heard you say that water usage would be a 3% decrease.
Overall, yes.
Overall, but yet we're, eliminating some agricultural land in this area and maybe developing it into residential. So I just question that overall decrease.
Yeah, yes, because agriculture is the largest user in the Upper East Coast. So those decreases are reflected in that 3% decrease.
I think it's a question of, does an acre of agricultural land require more water than an acre of residential development? And so I think it depends on the crop, but what's the answer to that?
And probably the intensity of the development.
Right.
That's correct. Most residential developments do not use the same amount of water as an agriculture, as citrus.
Citrus crop.
Yeah, yes. And
specifically.
usually citrus is right now citrus, a lot of the land is fallow due to citrus and greening disease. So a lot of that land is left fallow right now.
Mm-hmm. Which makes it probably a good property to sell off and.
Yes,
for a
because
big
they're usually very large. So,
Mm-hmm.
that's what they're looking for, is a lot of acreage.
Yeah, to be developed. The other thing, how does this plan factor in the work with local governments on, like, the irrigation ordinance? Because I noticed only 4 of 10 have adopted the ordinance in this particular region.
I think Mark can speak better to that than me.
I know we've been working on this, the board's been working on this for over a year, maybe even 2 years now, and this, we're working on water supply, and we need some partners here.
Yep. Since February of 2020, we've been working on the local government year-round rule. And as you notice there, most of the population is covered by an existing ordinance, or Martin County, we've already reviewed their draft ordinance, and they should be bringing it to their commission within the next month or two for approval. But we are continuing to work with the other ones that indicated they're still evaluating. And we haven't noticed any progress with those, but we're still, in contact with them and trying to encourage them to continue moving forward with that. Because as you pointed out, conservation is a critical part of this plan and all of our plans, and having that consistent message and saving water, and so residents understand when they're allowed to irrigate and not irrigate and be as efficient as possible is really important. So we haven't given up. We're still charging ahead. Our progress is, it's slow. We're running a marathon here, and yeah. So.
I think her question was, how do those factor into projections and of water utilities?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Yep.
that too. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep, and I think Nancy on the conservation slide showed over a 20% decrease in per capita over the last 10 to 15 years. And, the way we usually pick up on this is looking in the past and looking at per capita use rates. And, so as she's showing here, since 2000 to 2019, there's about a 22% decrease. And what factored in there is irrigation use, which is the largest use of water being supplied to residents, but also increases in building standards, low flow toilets, shower heads, as well as development of a conservation ethic. Another important part of that is conservation rate structures, and the more water you use, the higher the cost of that water is. So through that whole comprehensive conservation program, we have the resulting decrease in per capita.
So each of these 10 areas has a conservation tiered system?
They do.
They do.
They do, and as part of their water use permit, they are required to have a water conservation program associated with that. And we work hand in hand with water use permitting and review of those conservation plans and trying to get the most out of those, because those permits are good for 20 years.
And then something that I just wanted to share with my fellow board members. When we focus on water savings and use the term reuse, that's really helpful in terms of saving water. But one of the cautions that I usually have a conversation with Drew or other staff members about, is the fact that how that reused water is treated, it can contribute to nutrients, additional nutrients in the water bodies that wouldn't normally be there. And I know that certain cities treat the bare minimum because it costs money to treat it, right? And so they're depositing additional nutrients back in the water bodies. So that's not necessarily in our lane, but Drew and I talk about this often. I think that you explained it, Drew, to me about the health department is basically the focus. Could you explain that for the benefit of the public and the board so that you can kind of put this in your back pocket as we go forward?
Right. And it is situational. So oftentimes when we encourage reuse, and it depends on where you are, it goes from a direct discharge to a water body, treated water, to a reuse. So you're actually eliminating some pollutants from a water body by going to reuse. But then where you do reuse could have be proximal to another impaired water body. A great example is our springs systems in the state, where they land apply the water and it's on the spring systems. So the regulatory framework is there is standards for treating reuse, but it's really focused on human health protection because it's irrigated water where kids might be playing or things like that. And so the human health standards are a different level than the environmental standards, particularly when it comes to nutrients, right? They're really concerned about nitrates. So that's the baseline standard. It's a DEP rule for treating reuse. When DEP does restoration work in the Basin Management Action Plan and they do their source identification, if they find that reuse is a contributing source for an impairment that they're doing a BMAP on, they can apply more stringent criteria to protect the water resource, which they've done routinely in spring systems. So there is a second layer, but it's sort of in the BMAP process, it's reactive. It's not necessarily in the base regulations, but that's the regulatory structure.
And if you you live in an area that has a BMAP, there's really no real tool to rein that in if it's pegging out with nutrients.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Can I jump in?
Sure. Actually, Jackie next, and then you.
Sorry.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Chair Goss. Really great comments from Colonel Roman. Thank you very much. And those were, first I have to say, that was a great team working on the Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan. Mr. Elsner, Nancy Demonstrati, Tom Coleos, and Rob. And I mean, they worked really hard with all the stakeholders to get this right. And I mean, think about this, 47% increase in population. When I was a little girl growing up in Stewart, there were only a few houses, maybe 600 in St. Lucie County, and look at where we are today. So, I mean, it's amazing, and it's great that we're doing the best we can to protect our resources. So I appreciate all the work done. My two concerns were exactly what Colonel Roman's were, which was conservation basically, and why everybody on that list wasn't on the team. It still kind of I don't quite understand that. I think people don't want to give up their watering their plants 3 days a week, but we can adjust that over time. And the best thing is to adapt over time to Florida-friendly plants. Golf courses are protected and other entities are protected. And the water reuse, absolutely, as that goes up with the nitrogen and phosphorus in those waters, if that indeed goes into our water bodies, it's just adding to what's killing our state waters, which is nutrient pollution. And perhaps that's something that can, on the side, be discussed in the triangle conversations, because it shouldn't just be addressed for human health. That's great, it is, but it should also really be addressed for the environment too, especially as our population continues to go up. So thank you very much, and I hope everyone will support this today. And I can tell you that the South Florida Water Management District staff has spent a lot of time and worked very hard to hear the public, and I appreciated getting to be part.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Mr. Steinle?
Mark, you know what I'm going to say. This is I think Jackie and Charlotte, focused on it, but it's again worth supporting this momentum that we're trying to develop. There is no good reason why an ordinance that we've had for now quite a while shouldn't be adopted by the counties and the cities, so the localities. And by the way, it is a process, right? First, typically the counties adopt it, and then we have to, or they have to go out to the localities and get them to adopt it. This is just a simple, efficient way, and I'm obviously talking about the irrigation ordinance. This is a simple, efficient way to make meaningful impact on water usage and the primary consumption from the residential side. So yeah, to see a page like that you showed, Nancy, where the minority have adopted, it just continues to be so frustrating. So I would, I just want to, and also the fact that sometimes the folks that we hear a lot of concern about water supply during the dry season. When there's not alignment with the conservation and adoption of irrigation, it just makes it so hard to stomach. So again, I think this is a simple thing to do. It's a simple way to make progress, and it makes a lot of progress on the residential side. And sorry to always beat the drum on this, but I think we need to continue to I think we need to continue to make folks understand why this is a reasonable ordinance that allows people to maintain their landscape and has flexibility should they need it, a different type of schedule. Sorry to always repeat myself on these irrigation items, but thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle. I agree with you. Ms.
May I
Meads?
please say something, Chair Goss?
Can you wait for Ms. Meads?
I'm sorry, of course I can. I'm sorry, I'm so rude. I can't really see
Well, I know.
who's raised their hand or anything.
I'm trying to play traffic
apologize.
cop.
Thank you.
So I live in Monroe County, so I want to talk about Monroe County, but I'm going to try to make it quick. But it matters. It's something I'm really worried about, and it's sad to me that we're always at the end of everything, 2023. So we're in an area of critical state concern. That means that we have a limited number of building permits, and for most of us, the building permits will be gone in 2023. But something is happening in Monroe County that really alarms me with water, and I should know where to go. I don't know where to go. You're going to tell me later. You don't have to tell me on camera. So Monroe County has 74,000 residents. In 2018, which was shortly after Irma, so visitors were down. In 2018, we had over 5 million visitors. And that is, if you live down there, especially right now during the pandemic, we are crushed. I mean, we have one road in, one blah, blah, blah. We have one road in, we have one road out. If you live there, if you're a full-time resident like I am, you don't go out. You don't go out during mini season. You have your groceries delivered. If you try to get to anywhere, it's like living in Boston, but you're supposed to be in the American Caribbean, right? It's supposed to be paradise. But there's something that's happening so one, do you take into consideration tourism, right? 74,000 to over 5 million. I have no idea what it's been like during the pandemic, but it's much greater than that. But when it comes to land development, regulations or transferable development rights, something is happening right now. It's like standing in front of a bridge that's out and there's a school bus coming, and you're waving your arm saying, stop, stop, the bridge is out, and nobody listens. So we had a situation where 9 trailers, transferable development rights, 9 trailers, which was workforce housing, and the trailers were gone, but my guess is they were 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, something like that, small, old trailers. So a developer was given permission to move those transferable development rights to an oceanfront piece of property, and those turned into 9 multi-million-dollar nightly rentals, and each rental had its own swimming pool plus 1 more. So so the water usage then just explodes for those 9 trailers, because now it's, I'm going to make this part up, 14 bedroom, 10 bedrooms, 14 bathrooms, and and swimming pool, swimming pool, swimming pool, swimming pool. So now you've heard what my concern is that, something very interesting is happening all over Florida, and that's okay. That's the way it works. Down in my neighborhood, it is exploding. In Monroe County, it's really exploding, and I'm worried about whether or not we are actually applying the same methods to water usage as we are in other areas. So do we take into account tourism when we go through this process?
We do. And one way we do it is in that per capita rate. Those are permanent residents. But if you have large tourism, the per capita use rate is going to be higher for those areas. Places like Disney, Reedy Creek, they have 0 permanent residents, so we have to work out a formula on how we account for their water. And like for the Keys that have that large tourism influx, there's special areas that we do work with and tailor a methodology to make sure we account for that.
And do we come to you, do our elected officials, and you know what? Don't tell me right now. Let's talk about it offline, because this might not be of interest to everyone. But I want to make sure that as we go about it the right way every day, so that we don't find ourselves back in the time when everybody needs to have cisterns and collect rainwater, because it can't go on like this. It doesn't make sense to me that it can go on this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Meads. Ms. Thurlipich?
Thank you. Ms. Meads, that was really interesting. My comment is for Mr. Steinle, and because I'd hoped to find the right time to make this comment. One of the recommendations I made to the South Florida Water Management District team was to put into the document regarding conservation that getting help, Drew, you can help me with this, getting help with water supply, well, I guess it was water supply permits in the future, or water conservation permits in the future, that you had to meet the requirements of that chart that we saw, that you have to be making an effort to show that you are making conservation efforts in your city and county. Drew, can you talk about that a little bit, please?
Yeah, so in the planning process, which is what this is, that's where you plan out how you have enough water, so you can include planned projects for conservation, planned policies for conservation, those types of things. But quite frankly, the rubber meets the road in the permitting arena. When they come in for a consumptive use permit, we then require them to have a conservation plan that has a myriad of requirements within the conservation plan, and that is a negotiation of sorts, where if they want their consumptive use permit, they're projecting a demand. We're seeing if they need all the water, so that gets in the do you need all this water, and then we get into a discussion with them about their conservation plan and how they can make that better and improve it. And so it's really in the consumptive use process where they're required to do it, and we can get involved in what that looks like.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Thank you very much, Nancy.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mark, for being here. You have comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not.
There is no public comment. We're going to break for lunch now, and we'll come back around 1:30. Go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and we'll go to the discussion agenda number 27, which is the fiscal year 21-22 budget highlights with Director Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to talk about what we're going to get done next year. This evening at 5:15, you guys reconvene to approve our budget and millage rates and adopt our budget, which contains all the actions and funding activities and so forth that we will undertake for the next year. And so I wanted to let you know what's in store. As you know, our mission, this means you get to see it. We need one on our side so that we can see it constantly as well. But this is what drives our budget. You know, we have to fund this mission, safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, meet the region's water needs, and connect with the public and stakeholders. So our budget is broken out into various areas per state law, and I will walk through that eventually. And this is not lost on any of you, but right after Governor DeSantis took office, he issued this executive order, which has really been our guidepost ever since, on achieving more now for Florida's environment. And of course, he made the commitment to get $2.5 billion over his first 4 years. And over his first 3 years, he's gotten $2 billion for the state. And when it comes to this coming fiscal year, this is the state funding that will be included in our budget from his appropriations recently, $512 million coming to South Florida Water Management District. And that's broken up into Everglades restoration, or the water quality projects that our staff continuously pursue. Same with alternative water supply projects, the expanded monitoring that we talked about. And then, of course, there's some Biscayne Bay Commission projects that we'll have our hand in this coming year as well. And then they give us $2.3 million for land management as well. So the state legislature and Governor DeSantis has been, as you know, incredibly supportive of us continuing to execute our mission and carry out his executive order. So our budget is broken down into various areas. The first area, and this is pursuant to state law, and each water management district does this, but the first area is science, monitoring, and water supply, where of our budget, which is $1.15 billion, we have $71.5 million going to this topic area. $42 million in our science, research, data collection, analysis. This continues our expanded monitoring network we talked about earlier. And if you look where we're monitoring, it's everywhere. It's across our district. You saw it on the map. But then, of course, we are putting new tools to work in our science programs. Satellite real-time monitoring stations are, if you may recall, Lake Okeechobee has the various buoys around in the lake, floating in the lake, collecting real-time data. As we learn more about the importance of nitrate, which is that inorganic nitrogen and fueling harmful algal blooms, we are next year purchasing and deploying real-time nitrate sensors on those buoys as well. So we'll have real-time data with respect to nitrate as the year unfolds and be able to use that to, make decisions, analyze science, and so forth with respect to harmful algae blooms and restoration efforts. Of course, we model. We model groundwater, we model surface water, we model flood control, we model pump stations, weirs, culverts. That will continue. It is in a tremendous shop that does a lot of tremendous work. And then, of course, our stormwater treatment areas, and we are, of course, expanding our Python research. Another item that is not on the list is we are expanding our capability to identify algae species. Right now, all those samples are sent to DEP, and sometimes their lab gets overloaded, so we're actually expanding our lab capabilities to be able to identify algae species as well. So not only are we continuing what we started last year, but we're piling on as well, because we always want to progress. We talked about water supply and planning projects for water. Last year and this year, we do have these alternative water supply projects, and those things are starting to unfold and come online. Broward and Palm Beach Reclaimed Water Project, that's where they're taking ocean outfall water, bringing it back in, treating it, and using it for irrigation and those types of purposes in both Broward and Palm Beach counties. And then in St. Lucie County, the McCarty Ranch Areas 3 and 4, that will be coming online this coming year with alternative water supply funds. And then over in Cape Coral, Fort Myers currently discharges to Caloosahatchee watershed, and they're going to be able to reuse that up in Cape Coral rather than discharge it. So it's a pretty interesting reclaimed water project because it has to go across the estuary. And so those are just a handful of water supply projects, but we are continuing to advance that next fiscal year. And then Jennifer Reynolds, as we'll cover next board meeting, will talk about the development of watershed protection plans pursuant to district authority. That's in the northern watersheds. We're looking at hotspots and looking at the science and figuring out what we can do to advance water quality improvements up there. And then, of course, the Central Florida Water Initiative, which is a resource-constrained area up around the Orlando area, and where it's a 3-district collaborative effort to make sure that we conserve the upper Floridan aquifer, which is a resource of concern up there. So that's science and monitoring and planning. Let's talk about ecosystem restoration projects, because this is where the bulk of our budget is. Over half of it, $624 million, to getting projects done, changing our infrastructure, and making life better for South Florida. We have $390 million set aside for comprehensive Everglades restoration projects. And look at that, we are just everywhere in the state. The EAA Reservoir Project, of course, the Central Everglades Project, Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan, Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands, Caloosahatchee Reservoir, Indian River Lagoon South. All these things are getting investment next year through our budget. So let's look around a little bit. Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan. We talked about earlier the ASR well testing. So we actually have the drill rigs out now drilling wells to explore their viability to become an ASR well, design pumps around them, and so forth. So that is underway. So we will continue to break ground in 3 different locations associated with the Kissimmee River to start building out well clusters, all starting next year, of course, following the science plan. There is, if you have an ASR well, you have to treat the water before you put it down the ASR well. So next year, we will be having a treatment proof of concept deployment where 4 companies will be testing their technology on the Kissimmee River. It's starting in the November-December timeframe. They will show us what their capabilities are. When we go to build treatment plants for ASR, we want to make sure they work and they work long-term. And so the decision on what treatment to select is critical because that is going to be deployed across the landscape when we build out ASR clusters. So that happens next fiscal year, is looking at that proof of concept. Obviously, looking at the EAA Reservoir Project, that's the governor's, one of the governor's top priorities. The inflow-outflow canal will reach substantial completion. That was the beginning of the project that we started 6 months ahead of schedule for the stormwater treatment area. And so that, and then of course the remainder of the stormwater treatment area, they're building it now, and it will remain. It's currently on schedule to be completed in 2023. And yay, the Corps is going to begin construction on reservoir features next year. We are helping certainly getting the sites ready with roads and power line moves for the reservoir itself. So we're, as you approved, we're already out there working on it. But the Corps will also begin next year. Then we have the 8.5 square mile area curtain wall. For those of you that went to the event, that is one of the most impressive pieces of machinery I've ever seen. The biggest chainsaw you could ever imagine. But that is under construction right now, and not only did we start, but we will complete this next year. We will complete it in, I'm told, in February it will reach substantial completion. That's well ahead of the wet season. So we're going to be ready, Mr. Bergeron. This is an exciting project. And of course, we're looking at options to continue. We're starting in the south, going up north, and ending up on the north side of that line. And we'll see what to do from there. Obviously, the C44 reservoir and STA is going to be online next year. So we will be able to use that project. We are finishing up pump station pieces right now, and within the next fiscal year, that sucker will get turned on. The STA is fully functional right now. So there you go. Big CERT project in the ground, turned on. The Caloosahatchee Reservoir, that is a heck of a construction site. It is tremendous, but we will complete next fiscal year the pump station associated with that site. So it is, we will have something to break a champagne bottle on, I suppose. Is that what we do for pump stations? I don't know. I'll find out tomorrow. I'll let you know. So we will have that pump station ready. So when the berms are there, we can fill a new reservoir. 2023. We are breaking ground on critical Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands projects. We have finished the Deering Estate project on the north end, but the Cutler wetlands, we will break ground to build out that wetland, taking that point source discharge canal that goes to the bay and routing it through marshes the way it was intended. And then also with that southern feature, the L31 East flowway, that construction also will break ground next fiscal year, and we will have those projects absolutely underway. And then we have talked about some park roads that go through Everglades National Park and are blocking the hydrologic flow in Taylor Slough. I think, Ms. Meads, you had mentioned that in the previous meeting. So we will have that underway next fiscal year, retrofitting that road so that it's not blocking Taylor Slough and having culverts going in to get that water where it needs to go through Taylor Slough to Florida Bay, happening next fiscal year. So restoration strategies, that's another piece that, of course, we're obligated and very interested in completing. We have the C139 flow equalization basin will continue construction next fiscal year, as well as the STA 1 West expansion number 2. But we will also complete the STA 1 East modifications. Those are the northwestern cells in STA 1 East. They will start filling up. I think one of them is, I think cell 5 is already growing in, and cell 7 will next fiscal year. So both of those cells will come online next fiscal year. And then the 1 West refurbishments, that's where we're increasing the resiliency, getting rid of some unnecessary berms, improving the flowways. We will complete the 1 West refurbishments next year to bring that STA back online. Also associated with restoration strategies is the L16 canal, the Bowles Canal. We will have finished segments 1 through 4, and segment 5 will be coming online in the future, but having finished 4 complex segments, goes through lots of private property with lots of private agreements that has to happen. Those will be done next year. We do have ecosystem restoration projects, often also referred to as Northern Everglades and Estuaries protection projects. Many projects that we're working on up north. Next year we will complete the Scott Water Farm. Some of us were at the groundbreaking for the Bluefield Grove Water Farm earlier this year, but next year, the Scott Water Farm will come on, and that's on the C-25 canal. We will begin design for Grassy Island and Brady Ranch Flow Equalization Basin and ASR wells. Those are associated with water quality improvements in the Taylor Creek Nubbin Slough Basin, which is one of our hot basins when it comes to phosphorus pollution. And then we'll complete design and start construction of the Caloosahatchee water quality component. That is to treat water associated with Caloosahatchee Reservoir so that when we release the water from the reservoir, it's good for the estuary. Also in northern Everglades is continuing the design of the very important Lake Hickpachee hydrologic enhancement. Phase 1 is right here, this cell here. That one is online already, but this continues design to get the rest of this very large feature underway so we can get that constructed and really help with estuary flows on the Caloosahatchee estuary. And then we will complete design and start construction for some BOMA. This is a an area of land we have on the C-43 canal that can hold water. We are ultimately building out basically a shallow storage feature with grow-ins that will have water quality benefits, but also associated with that is water quality treatment and testing cells for research on removing nitrogen and phosphorus associated with Caloosahatchee water. And so that will start construction next year. And then associated, we had purchased land to build the C-23, C-24 SERP reservoirs. The design and footprint of that reservoir got changed due to various reasons like cultural resources. So now we still have land remaining. So what we're looking at is changing those lands and retrofitting them with a dispersed water management project for benefit of the St. Lucie estuary. Land we own, let's put it to work. So that we're looking at executing that next year. Moving on from projects, which is always fun to talk about, is we do have to maintain our systems. We've got serious infrastructure in the South Florida Water Management District, 4,310 miles of canals and levee, 918 water control structures, 621 small project culverts, and 89 pump stations. That's just a lot to maintain. So the normal O&M is at $117 million, and then we have $56 million for refurbishment and replacement. And then, of course, we have to prepare for hurricanes and emergencies, so we do hold in reserve $61 million in case we have destruction and damage due to natural disasters. So let's talk about capital refurbishment and replacement. Next year, we are going to complete more than 10 major capital refurbishment and replacement projects. This is aging infrastructure that we got to fix up. That's a couple of examples are just these structures and generators and replacing the concrete and everything associated with this aging infrastructure. I could read you off the numbers, but I'm not sure that would mean much to you. But there are a lot of them, and it takes a lot of work for our field stations to execute. And this is also our engineering groups to refurbish all these projects and get those contracts underway. So that's an ongoing effort that we put a lot of effort in because we have some work to do there. And then we also have some field stations that are antiquated as well. These are not ready for taking direct hits on hurricanes, and if there's one area of this district that needs to respond to hurricanes, it's our field stations. And so we have the Homestead Field Station, which is under construction. You can see the picture there. Miami Field Station, we're going to develop the master plan. Okeechobee is under design, and Clewiston, we're going to begin design. So trying to get, and that will complete our field stations that need to be upgraded to current standards and, quite frankly, expanded because of new works coming online that they will have to take care of. And as we think about O&M, that's the area where we need to keep our eye on when it comes to funding and use of our ad valorem funds is how do we take on the C-44 reservoir and A2 STA, all these new features, and pay for the O&M on that. So as this year we're fine, we've got that covered, but as we look in the next year when these features come online, this is some place we've got to keep an eye on, is how are we going to do the O&M on these new features. Resiliency, we've had a lot of conversations about that. We did put budget items in for $75.3 million in anticipation of receiving some of the funding. If we receive more than funding, because we're lucky, we'll come to you with a budget amendment. But this is, to prioritize our enhancement of our infrastructure to make sure that we can respond to sea level rise and changing climate, changing storm conditions, storm intensity. It includes not only our hard infrastructure, but also green infrastructure enhancements to really make sure that we're prepared for whatever the future brings. So a big investment in resiliency in our budget. And of course, we have stewardship on our conservation lands, and that's a $50 million. We have 1 million acres, recreation and natural, that we have to make sure we take care of and nurture. And we have $34 million in invasive and harmful exotic plant and species control. This includes, of course, our herbicide dependency reduction strategy, where we're switching over to other methods to try to get to maintenance control, try to get to mechanical removal, maybe some biotics control, prescribed burns, to reduce our dependency on herbicides. It's an investment that's worth making. And of course, this applies to stormwater treatment areas and to our efforts to eliminate pythons, which we just put out a request for information for any innovative techniques that people might have for tracking down and removing the exotic python. And then, of course, we have $15.9 million in land management. And you've heard our success of our burn team and getting prescribed fire really deployed aggressively. It's a great way to manage land. And then, of course, you always hear Mr. Cook talk about our recreational features on the land. That does take investment. We do it well, and we're very proud of that. One thing I would like to highlight is we are still trying to get the Loxahatchee Refuge, and we are really put some significant investment towards Picayune Strand to get the exotics under control in those two very large areas that need to be, the exotics need to be controlled on, and we need to get to maintenance so we have that natural habitat that species can enjoy. So we still have significant investment going into those two places. Then the final area that we talk about is regulation and public engagement. We do have a robust regulatory program where we have $22 million in regulation. And part of our effort there is also improving our information technology. We need modern IT systems to do permitting management, compliance management, interaction with the permit applicants. And so we are investing in upgrading our consumptive use permitting software to make that much more user-friendly for us, for applicants, but really for helping us track our permits and permit compliance. So that's an IT investment we're going to make for that. And while I'm on permit compliance, I also wanted to share with you on the left-hand side is an enforcement action that we recently filed for destruction of 36 acres of wetlands. And you can see where the ground is scraped, where they have done that without a permit. And so this enforcement action we filed is the largest we've ever filed at the Water Management District. It requires them to not only to both fix it, put the wetland back, including the right plants and everything, and it has a fine of about $269,000. $279,000. So it's a big enforcement action. We aren't afraid to do that, but that was something that we take very seriously. And then we talked about last board meeting that there are water quality concerns in the C-139 basin, so we are ramping up an inspection program for those permits to see what we can do to improve water quality in that basin, amongst all the other normal compliance and permitting efforts that we do and undertake routinely at the Water Management District. And then let's talk about public engagement. We've gotten really good at events, and this is, I think, I don't know if it was Pedro Ramos referred to it as our event kit. I assure you it is not a kit. It is a lot of hard work from field stations and staff to make an event come across like this, and we do a great job at that. And as you can tell from my presentation, there's a lot more events to have in the future. But I think events are critical to show that appropriated funds, taxpayer funds, are being put to good use. And none of this happens without our incredible staff at the South Florida Water Management District. And so we work hard with Human Resources and Jen and I to try to figure out, and with the budget staff, how we can make this the employer of choice. We want to attract good talent, and as you can tell, we do. But we always try to make sure that we are making this a good place by absorbing rising healthcare costs, not passing those on to the employees, keeping the benefits low. We even have tuition reimbursement and professional development activities. And we are very competitive in our benefits between us and other local governments. Also an IT project, we are bringing our human resources management system to the modern age, where you can use, instead of going to the office and filling out all the paperwork and reading all the books and signing everything, all that can happen online for new employees. They could apply online. We're bringing a lot of this HR management to a much more modern data system. That's another investment we're making this coming year. That is the budget. I can't thank Candy and her team enough for putting this incredible budget together for us. Budget never stops. It's fun. She's already preparing the 2023 budget right now, right? So, I mean, it just never stops. And I couldn't thank them enough. They're just a great team to have and take it so seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Does anyone on the board have any questions? I guess I got to ask one.
You don't have to.
I don't have to. No, I won't ask those kind of questions. No, these are proprietary questions. We had talked a little bit about trying to do something with STA 5.6. I don't know if there's money in there we had to get creative with some canals to try and move some water over that way. Is that in the budget?
It is in the budget. It's under design.
Okay, great.
Right? Design for next year.
Design.
Yep.
Excellent. I think that's worthwhile to pursue. That was
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Jay Steinle. Thanks, Drew. We've talked about this over the years too. The appropriations in our budgets have just been so strong recently, and we have obviously the governor and the legislature to thank for that, as well, just broadly support from Florida residents. As we get more, as you guys have just been so effective in getting more projects online, where do you think, or where would you look for some shifts in terms of budget needs on the operation and management side? Because obviously these things have life cycles, right? Where you're building, you're digging dirt and building, but
Right.
then a different bucket is allocated to maintaining and operating. So any thoughts on how our needs might shift over time?
Yeah, so, I mean, the critical thing is when you get a new reservoir, a new SERP feature, or a new STA, those have to be maintained. And right now, we're built out to maintain our existing infrastructure, but as you saw, all the construction we're doing, we're going to have new levees to maintain, new pump stations to operate, new STA plants to manage. And so all that is additional cost when it comes to operations. And so as we compile, we're able to cover that this year. As we compile future budgets, then it becomes a discussion as where's the revenue going to come from, whether it's ad valorem, state appropriations, that type of thing. But those costs will be going up.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, it's Jackie Thurlow-Lippish.
Go
May I
ahead.
please ask a question?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, I did not ask this at my briefing. I was probably focusing on other things, but do you mind talking a little bit about monies that will be going towards outreach and our regional reps and how we'll be reaching out, using our funds to reach out into our communities? Years ago, we used to have a station, in Martin County for outreach, and that changed 10 years ago, perhaps, or 8 years ago. Just that I think communication with the local community is so important. Do you mind focusing on it for a short minute?
Sure, absolutely. So right now, we've got $3.4 million that goes to the shop that basically Sean manages to help with regional reps, interaction with the communities. But the outreach kind of goes beyond that shop, so it does permeate all the programs, water supply programs and them going out and doing those engagements, the watershed plans, every project, every rulemaking, all those things. So while the budget line item is really focused on Sean's shop, it really permeates the entire district because every program, one of the essential things kind of in our mission is the engagement with stakeholders. So Sean's group is able to facilitate that, but the bulk of the resources really for that engagement comes from the programs themselves, making sure that they have what they need to have the right people in the room at the right time. As far as building out new facilities dedicated to communication and education, right now the sort of the budget demands looking into the future really focus on new operations and our capital O&M and refurbishing the CNSF system. So when it comes to demand on funds and so forth, looking into the future, that's where that is going to exist, is in those two areas, making sure we run the C-44 reservoir. So instead of increasing a specific budget item for engagement, I really just empower every part of the organization to do that with facilitation help from the central engagement part of the budget.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Anyone else? Great. Thank you. And
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you and all your team. I know this is a group effort there.
Public comment, Mr. Chairman?
Public comment.
Thank you. Paul Gray, you're recognized to speak, followed by Kelly Cox. Mr. Gray lowered his hand, so we'll start with Kelly Cox.
Good afternoon, governing board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Kelly Cox. I'm the Director of Everglades Policy with Audubon, Florida. First and foremost, I just really want to applaud the district leadership and staff for all that's been accomplished this fiscal year. It's really impressive to see all those projects laid out, and thank you, Director Bartlett, for your leadership and staff for your dedication to the district's mission. It's really commendable, and we're really supportive of these efforts. Looking forward into next year, Audubon, Florida continues to be supportive of the variety of projects that the district is undertaking. And with that being said, we want to remind this board that you all voted unanimously in favor of continuing the millage rate back in July of 2021. And our understanding is that this budget, as it's proposed for the next fiscal year, would involve rolling back the millage rate instead. And I just want to say that ad valorem funds are really essential for water management districts to carry out their core functions. And we believe that ad valorem funds can be used towards beneficial ecosystem restoration projects, and that these funds can also be leveraged by other state and federal funding sources. Recently, with the reconsideration of rolling back the millage rate, we've have some cause for concern. We think that continuing the millage rate instead will increase the district's available funding, not just for Everglades restoration projects, but for the variety of ecosystem restoration projects that the district undertakes. And we're really grateful to Governor DeSantis, of course, for his continuingly prioritizing Everglades restoration. But we're also aware of the fact that the district needs to diversify its revenue sources in order to continue these really meaningful restoration projects that extend beyond just CERT projects and Everglades restoration. So we're very supportive of the work the district's done. We thank you all for your leadership, and we encourage you to really consider this as you're contemplating the budget moving forward, and encourage you to continue the millage rate so that we can have the revenue needed to accommodate all of these new projects that are coming down the pipe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Mr. Paul Gray, you're recognized to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Thank you. I'm having trouble pushing buttons today, board members. I tried to speak before lunch, but in reference to the submerged aquatic vegetation in the lake, in my opinion, that's the single most important performance measure for the health of the marsh. Not only is the SAV really important for water quality, and of course it supports the bass fishery. And, you know, right now the bass fishery is in the tank and so is the SAV. They just go hand in hand. But it also, the same high water levels that threaten the health of the SAV also tend to make the lake too deep for wading bird foraging. And they also tend to prevent the drawdowns that wading birds need to nest. It's also too deep for dabbling duck foraging and shorebird use. And so those high water levels that are problematic for SAV also have other issues. It not only when you can't have drawdowns very efficiently because you start from so high, it makes prescribed burning more difficult. We don't get germination of seeds on the mud flats to grow our moist soil communities. So, you know, the SAV is a proverbial canary in a coal mine for me, or the canary in the lake. If you look at Lore's 08, we hit 16 feet for 6 years straight, and the 6th year, of course, was Irma, and the SAV really tanked, and the fishery did too, and all that. And then we had 2 excellent recovery years in 19 and 20. I mean, we got down to 11 feet, which is almost ideal to try to regrow that community. And in spite of those 2 really great years, we only got up into the mid 20,000 acres, and we'd like to see it up around 40. And now we've had a 16.5 event last year, and we're back down in the tank again. So as we look forward to optimizing lures, and the Corps is going to have a meeting on trying to figure out how we can have recovery strategies for the lake if we hit these high levels with the preferred alternative. And, you know, the first thing is prevention is worth way more than the cure. If we hadn't lost the plants in the first place, we would be in better shape. But as we move forward with optimizing this is something we're going to pay a lot of attention to is how can we reduce the number of high events and how can we have them be far enough apart that the lake has time to recover. So thank you very much for your time, and thanks for your questions about SAV during Lawrence's presentation, because you guys are paying attention to the right stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional raised hands for this item.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you both for your comments. Is there any further board discussion on this? Great. Thanks, Drew. We'll move on to staff reports now, and we have Ms. Heater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. So today is an exciting day. The monthly financial report that you have before you is through the month of July. And we have collected from June to July over $67 million, of which $60 million came from state appropriations. Again, a testament to all the work that is being done that Mr. Bartlett highlighted just a few minutes ago. We have collected $298 million out of $299 for our ad valorem taxes. So we are slightly behind, but nothing to be alarmed with. I looked last year, we were at 99.8% collection. We're at 99.4%. We collected the rest of our money in August and September. So expenditure-wise, we spent $66 million in 1 month. So again, you know, lots of construction and activities going on. So I also, you know, thank staff and all the good work that takes place, and it is showing in our financials. So thank you.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Heater? Thanks, Katie. We'll go to General Counsel's report. Ms. Ansay.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ansay. We'll now go to our final general public comment, if there is any.
I don't have any, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we'll go to board comments. Mr. Martinez, you want to keep your streak alive? Well done. Mr. Bergeron?
Well, I got a little bit to say, but I'm
Is your mic up?
Just want to thank our staff. We're so blessed to have such great professionals that work for us, because when you see what we've talked about today, it's just totally amazing. The amount of projects that are being built and and being able to manage all of this and maintain all of it for the best interest of 9 million people here in South Florida. So we're very, very blessed, and I think we've had a great meeting and look forward to the next one.
Thanks, Mr. Bertrand. Ms. Meads?
Nothing.
Mr. Olipich?
Thank you, Chair Goss. I just wanted to echo Ben Butler's comments about the Palm Beach County Sheriff's event in honor of Deputy George Clem Douglas at the Old Miami Canal. It was really a moving service, and I had the opportunity to walk up to the gate and look at the Old Miami Canal, and you can even see it on Google Earth, and it was about a quarter of what the Miami Canal is today, and it's a historic structure and designated such. But I just wanted to ask the district to please find any way possible to continue these historic sites. I believe there are about 4 of them through the South Florida Water Management District. And sometimes we're hoping and expecting local communities to take those over and maintain them. And it's difficult, and it is expensive. I think it's really important to keep history alive. And I want to thank Chappie Young for getting me there that day to see that living history. And I hope that we'll make the investments in historical structures so that we can remember what they used to be when we compare them to where we are today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olipich. Mr. Butler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, I've enjoyed the discussion today. I appreciate the board members. Great discussions on STAs. And looking forward to, of course, we've got 2 meetings, one this afternoon and one here in a couple weeks. We'll get the budget done, millage done. But looking forward to seeing y'all in Okeechobee here for October. And looking like we'll have a good, robust discussion on NEEP and where we're currently at, get some current updates. But, of course, really excited about breaking ribbon cutting for one of those important NEEP projects tomorrow with S191. But with that, we'll see y'all at 5:15.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Mr. Steinle?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No comment.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle. I have no comment other than to say thanks to staff. And Drew, I really appreciate that presentation you just put out. Just shows of all, just amazing how much this organization is doing right now. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to have our fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget, millage and budget public hearing today at 5:15. If you're joining the meeting by Zoom, you're going to be able to use the same link you're using now. The link is also posted on the district's website. As Mr. Butler just said, our next business meeting is going to be next month, and it's going to be in Okeechobee. So don't come here. And I will adjourn this meeting. Thanks.